No, you ready?
Yeah, just let me get my.
Okay, we'll open up the public hearing on House Bill 1583. And hear from the prime sponsor, Representative Hogan. Good morning, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm Representative Timothy Horgan. I represent Stratford County District 6, with the towns of Durham and Madbury. And Durham is, in fact, one of the larger towns in the state which does not have a state liquor store, even though it would probably be, the location might be profitable thanks to proximity to the University of New Hampshire. But the Madbury, the Lee Circle store is just like a few minutes down Route 4. So if you need wine or spirits and you have to be in Durham, it's not, you don't have to drive far to get them. And I'm, like all of us, I'm sort of a shareholder in the New Hampshire State Liquor Outlets, one of the 1.4 million or so shareholders. So I'm not a large consumer of wine or spirits, but I do want them to be profitable, which is what my bill is here for. So it's two fairly, it removes two unnecessary and arguably unconstitutional restrictions on our state liquor stores. So it makes them a little more profitable by, first of all, by letting them serve the public one more day a year, and also by giving them a wider choice of locations. So the stores will still close on Thanksgiving and Christmas, but if this passed, the bill would eliminate the closure on Easter. I mean, I suppose they could close on Easter if they made a business decision to do so, but they wouldn't be required to. Thanksgiving and Christmas are almost universally observed on dates which don't change from year to year. I mean, there's a few people who, for one reason or another, don't observe those dates. But even though Christmas, the secular Christmas at least, is always December 25th, although there are some religions who celebrate Christmas on some other day. Thanksgiving is a pretty much, purely secular holiday. I mean, I guess insofar as you can never totally separate church and state. Always observed on the fourth Thursday in November. So everybody knows when those are coming up. Whereas Easter is somewhat differently because it moves around the calendar somewhat randomly. I mean, there is, and it's probably only secondarily a secular holiday, although I'm a big fan of the Easter Bunny and the Easter eggs and all that sort of thing. But it's, not to get off into the weeds, and I don't address this in my written testimony, but basically, the holiday is supposed to be the first Sunday after the first full moon in the spring, but different churches have different ways of calculating that. It's not the same as like when the so-called astronomical Easter is. So that's why it wanders all over the calendar like that. Anyway, the existing law actually doesn't even give a definition of Easter, though I guess they've been closing on the so-called Western Easter, which is what the Roman Catholic Church and most mainstream Protestant churches observe. And then actually the other thing, which is probably a little more significant, is it eliminates the prohibition on locating churches within locating stores within 200 feet of a church, chapel or parish house, this is actually for new stores, any existing stores that can stay in place, but the Liquor Commission should be free to locate the stores wherever the best available location happens to be. And, there isn't necessarily a surplus of good commercial real estate in New Hampshire. Most of the Commission's newer stores are freestanding, I guess I say big box in my written testimony. That's not quite what they are, but they're larger stores located on, fairly spacious lots with ample parking and landscaping. So they don't, and the newer stores also tend to be built on well-traveled locations in the outskirts of the town, and that's also where churches like to locate new churches. So it's easy to imagine a situation when existing churches' property might abut a desirable site for a state liquor store, and I think the Commission should be able to build stores at those sites, so they should basically have the same rights as any other retail tenant. Also, aside from those stores, sort of those suburban locations on the highways leading in and out of town, such as, for example, the one I might visit the most often is the one on Route 9 in Somersworth on High Street. and they're still occasionally building in strip malls, like the store that I mentioned, which is close to my home, the Lee Outlet, that's built in a strip mall, and which might have storefront churches as tenants, and also there's still a place for state liquor outlets in downtown locations where all sorts of enterprises, including churches, might exist within that 200 feet radius. So I just think this is an unnecessary restriction. I don't think there'll be a plethora of new stores being built in churches because the Liquor Commission does like to be a good neighbor, and they choose locations that don't conflict with the other uses in the community. But I don't think in every case that was necessarily a bad thing for a state liquor store to be next to a church. And certainly in any case, they should be in the property where they have the most traffic going by, which they can get for the best price, et cetera. So they shouldn't be, when they're competing in the commercial real estate market, they shouldn't be artificially bound by a restriction which doesn't apply to any other retailer in this. So that's basically my bill, and that's why I introduced it, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great. Representative Bartlett has a question.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I just ask you what the motivation is behind this? I mean, what made you decide to bring this forward?
Well, first of all, it started. There was this thing with Easter, which doesn't really have a set definition. Although I guess they go with what the churches do, calculate it years in advance, and I really can't explain how they pick those particular Sunday instead of another. And then also, I just felt like I'm not a big drinker. I don't use that often, but I think the stores should be in the best location, and their main job is to make a profit for the state of New Hampshire. And also, just in general, I'm somewhat dubious about giving churches too many special privileges. They've been asking for a lot of them lately. I've been in judiciary, for example, which is dealing with whether churches should be bound by emergency resolutions. And I certainly appreciate what churches do, but I'm not sure if they necessarily, not sure of this particular protection. And of course, not all churches even object to being next to liquor stores. Most of them, most denominations do allow people, do certainly allow their members to drink within reason. And there's somewhere even alcoholic beverages are part of the ceremony. So, thanks. Reverend Burrows is raising.
Representative Greason.
Okay, thanks.
Why aren't liquor stores permitted within 200 feet of a school?
Well, that was like I figured schools, I guess schools are like different from retail. I think churches, I feel churches are different from schools, and this doesn't interfere with the church and the school. That may create a certain amount of danger, especially since there's children. Often, most schools have at least some children who have to walk to the location, and I just
Follow up?
you certainly can put it in with the schools. What the education community have to say about it or not, I don't know. But thanks.
Further question, you may inquire.
Thank you. So churches don't have kids?
Well, they do, yes, but that's. I mean, the people in any type of organization have kids, so that's. Yes, of course they do, but that. And.
Representative Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative, my question is, it says that the commission could enable liquor stores to be open on Easter Day. If they make that decision, would all of them need to be open?
Well, we do have a representative of the Liquor Commission. I mean, I think they make it on. I think they make it on a. I think they make it on a case by case basis. There's some that aren't even open on Sundays, but where, and of course they have right now they have staffing issues like any other retail outlet. I noticed they're always advertising for clerks, so they also may not have enough staff to cover every store 7 days a week.
Follow up?
Further question.
Do you think that there are going to be problems? I understand in the bill it says that it's optional for employees to work, but right now retail stores all across the state are having problems finding employees. Do you think there'd be pressure on employees to work on a religious, what is for many people a religious holiday?
I can't answer that. To the best of my knowledge, it's no worse than in any other retail outlet. In fact, I mean, fact, from what little I know, I do have one friend who worked for the Liquor Commission over years, and he seems happy with his job, but that's like a very vague anecdote, so I don't think it's any better or worse than any other retail outlet, and all of those typically do stay open on Easter Sunday.
So you said, if I understood you correct, you said there was a danger for kids walking by a liquor store. Is that what you said, or did I misunderstand you?
I may have said that. I just sort of felt there's issues putting a school next to a liquor store or even any other type of large outlet. So that's something. I just felt like that was just sort of a decision I made. I was trying to make the bill more palatable to the committee, but that may be. I mean, you may want to also allow them to locate it near the schools too. So.
Okay. Representative Burrows again.
Quick question. Representative, when churches are not allowed liquor stores are not permitted to build within a certain number of feet within a church, does that include synagogues and mosques?
Yes, I believe the law. Well, it certainly should say that, but I think the law refers to I think it's something like places of worship, which would be any religion, and so yeah, those laws have always been, to the best of my knowledge, always interpreted, including all houses of worship and all forms of religion. So.
Thank you.
See no more questions. Thank you very much. Chair will call on Aidan Moore from the Liquor Commission, who is neutral.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman
Good morning.
and committee members. My name is Aidan Moore. I'm the legal coordinator for the State Liquor Commission. And we're here just to offer you some additional information as you consider this bill. And that the commission not opening the stores on Easter is really not really a religious consideration on behalf of the commission. It's really a business decision that the commission allows people to be with their families on what is often considered by many a traditional family day. And so that is a significant part of the decision making. Of course, it's written into the law that Easter is a day that the store shall be closed. So I think it's important for you to know that Sunday is a voluntary work day for commission employees under the collective bargaining agreement that exists with the state. And if this law were to pass, I believe, and I cannot anticipate exactly what the issues might be, but I think there would most likely be some grievances filed under the collective bargaining agreement by state employees. So that's a very strong possibility. So we, and it's important, I believe, for you also know, I believe it's listed in our methodology, is that none of the commission's stores are located currently within 200 feet of any religious facility or school. And I'd be happy to take any questions from any of the committee members.
So I'm looking at, I assume this is the current law. And if it were true that we remove Easter, I guess, it doesn't require you to have to be open on Easter if we remove it from the statute, right?
That's correct.
So you could help those state employees or if the state employees don't want to come to work, you just say, okay, well, we're not going to open up for Easter?
Well, that's correct, Mr. Chairman. I think what the commission is feels that the current law as written is something that we work with very successfully and don't necessarily see a strong rationale to change it, which does not mean we oppose the bill. We just
Well, I would say that it seems a little awkward that we just pick Easter and not maybe Passover or other religious holidays. And
I would certainly defer to the wisdom of this committee, sir, on your question.
And would you also agree that pretty much all the locations, that we're not really looking for a big expansion going forward that, unless maybe, I guess maybe some marijuana stores, but that we don't plan to have a big expansion, so just most of the statute's really not a big issue because there's not too often removing liquor stores at this point or opening new ones.
Well, in some cases, there may be some contraction in the number of stores based upon
Right.
a number of factors. So I would say I don't think the commission has seen an expansion for a period of
Right.
time.
Fair enough. Representative Petusek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Moore, might this change cause other folks of other ethnicities a problem on their holy days?
I'm not sure
Say if we have a person who celebrates Ramadan or different holy days, and we're just selecting Easter as a Christian holiday, might this cause problems if they are scheduled to work on one of their special days?
I think it's the other way around.
Yeah. I think what makes this representative, I'm not sure I could probably reasonably answer your question. I'm not sure with the other religious holidays celebrated by other religions. I know that in the construction of this statute, the legislature appears not to have mentioned them by their name. I think what makes this somewhat distinctive is that it intersects with the Easter is usually always on a Sunday. And a Sunday is a voluntary day for commission employees. So as was mentioned by, I forget who in the committee, a number of those commission stores are not open on Sundays simply because there's no demand for that and employees are not required to work. It is the commission's business decision to keep open stores that have a high profitability on Sundays, and it is an area where an employee is offered the opportunity to work, and many choose to work on Sundays. But where Easter is specifically listed in the statute, the stores are closed on Easter. Thank you, sir.
Well, Representative Greason.
This is just information that the Muslim holiday of Ramadan is not a single day. And so, whereas Easter is a single day and always on a Sunday. So, just like Hanukkah is not one single day either, so.
But Passover is.
Correct.
Okay. Oh, well, yes.
Out in left
Representative Bolio.
field, out in left field here. Thank you for coming and testifying. I have a question about, part of this bill references relative to the locations of liquor stores. I represent the city of Manchester, and there have been a lot of closures and a lot of, larger liquor stores being built in the city. And it seems like, I just have a question about your RFP for if property owners that want to, have a liquor store on their property. It seems like there's one individual that owns properties where all the liquor stores are in Manchester. Is there an RFP process for individuals that own properties that may be suitable for stores to come in and just say, I would like to have a liquor store on my property?
Thank you for your question, Representative. I must tell you, I do not know that process. I certainly know that the commission has a team of individuals who evaluate locations for their potential profitability, and so I would be doing you a disservice if I speculated on how that works. But if you'd like, I'd be happy to put you in touch with someone at the commission who could possibly answer your questions.
Yeah, because I have some questions about that.
Further question?
I think I had another follow-up, but all set. Thanks.
Thank you.
I guess we're all set. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody else would like to testify in House Bill 1583? Seeing none, I will close the, oh, we have the sheets. I have this is the online blue sheet. I have two people opposed. Tom Blizza from Center Harbor and Catherine, yep, Catherine Pearnell from Wolfboro, a member of the public, is also opposed. Okay, with that, now I will close the public hearing. This is the online, there was nobody in favor.
I'll tell Bonnie, just bring up the sheet. She doesn't need to bring the whole
Okay,
clip.
so that goes, you want that for the file.
Oh, sorry to hear that. Nice to see you, too. Some of the properties they do buy, but especially in urban environments where, you know, for example, Manchester, I'll use this just an example of where they may find a location in a strip mall, for example, as being servicing a neighborhood or intersection. So they'll look there. Sometimes they leave because the landlord of the state has a fixed rate. And sometimes the landlord says, hey, when rental property had a higher value than it does today, sometimes they get kicked out saying, you're not paying us enough, you gotta go.
Yeah, I don't know how.
I think he's
I don't know.
There's a,
Happened for ours.
yes,
Some of them have closed,
yep.
but I just find that so
Yeah, I'm happy to provide, ask the person who kind of,
Do you know his name? Was there oh God, I knew the person. Working on pieces. Glenn? No, it wasn't.
there's a kind of a property person that
Yeah.
is, you know, kind
Works
of
it out.
works it out. They appear a lot, he appears a lot more zoning boards, planning, things of that nature, who have questions about, for example, the property that the commission has on Route 95, Hampton. The commission's selling that, and so therefore that, you know, there's a significant amount of work going back and forth between the commission and DOT, town of Hampton. It's just kind of,
I know. But if you, if that's all you do.
yeah, oh, he's very good at it. He's very, very good.
So I could just go on.
You know, I'll email you
Okay.
with the information if you like, and I'll be happy to provide that to you.
Are you here all day?
Well, for a little while. Let me give you my card. So in case.
When the same lady gets up for the fourth time to tell you the same thing she just told you 20 minutes ago, they really learn anything.
That's not proposing, but say, open, now you kind of play with the collective bargaining agreement. We don't have to work on something. And now the question is, that's no longer. Commission compels people to work, and say, we have to renegotiate collective bargaining agreements, and say, now Easter is an exception to the Sunday.
I think they would have to.
Well, that, I think they would do. And I think the amount of revenue that could be generated compared to the process that's going to tie things up. Seems to work the way it is.
But I get the political correctness.
I should do it. It's a fair point. Sorry I couldn't answer your question there.
No, the thing is, what I was thinking about is if he's an Easter, somebody who is Greek might, the Greek Easter, or Annie's might have a holy day, or the Jewish people may not work on Saturday. So it might start that was my,
Well, I mean, the only 2 days left are, if you pass that, then the only 2 days left are Christmas and Thanksgiving.
yeah.
Say,
See, I didn't want
you
to
gotta be
start
open
that,
then.
I didn't want to start that thing wrong. That was my aim. So if you start one, you gotta do another, you gotta do another, you gotta do another. So,
Why are we changing these? Not everyone's holiday.
and what if you're Greek? Your Christmas is different. Eastern Orthodox Christmas is different than the Roman Christmas. Because I can keep the tree up until, 14 days after Epiphany. Tradition. So you'd start, you'd open the whole ball of wax. So this is a
DOA?
None of the employees are out. So, yeah.
Let's open up the next hearing. House Bill 1613, and do we have a prime sponsor? Hi. Good morning. Then you are
Good morning, I'm Lisa Post.
Post, okay. Please
wanna
go ahead.
thank the-
Yep.
Thank you. I want to thank the chair and this committee for the opportunity to introduce House Bill 1613, establishing a limited farmers liquor manufacturing license. This is a constituent bill, and that person is not here today, So I do have someone to substitute to represent that person. So this bill, excuse me. So this bill gives farmers the opportunity to ferment, distill, blend, age, and bottle liquor other than wine in this state produced from fruit, vegetable, herbs, and other products grown on his or her farm in New Hampshire with at least 65% of the final product grown from produce made in New Hampshire, grown and made in New Hampshire. A limited manufacturer's license may sell the liquor it produces to the Commission for resale in our state. No liquor manufactured, blended, or bottled in this state by a limited farmer's liquor manufacturer licensee shall be sold or delivered in this state in any manner which is inconsistent with the provisions of this title. Each limited farmer's liquor manufacturer distilling less than 1,000 cases of liquor per year may sell at retail at its facility for off-premises consumption of any liquor, any of its own liquor. Each retail sale shall be limited to 1 liter case or less per sale. No limited farmers liquor manufacturer shall sell more than 12 9-liter cases of liquor to any one person in a calendar year. A limited farmers liquor manufacturer may provide to visitors at its facility samples of liquor for tasting. Samples shall not exceed a half an ounce and shall not be provided to any person under 21 years of age. Notwithstanding paragraph 3, no limited farmers liquor manufacturer shall sell at its facility any of its liquor to on-premise licensees. Each limited farmers liquor manufacturer shall maintain records and prepare reports for the Commission which shall indicate the sales made under paragraph 3 and shall pay to the Commission a monthly fee equal to 8% of such sales on or before the 10th day of the month following the sale. The Commission shall adopt rules pursuant to RSA 541-A relative to the report of liquor manufacturers under paragraph 6. Each limited farmer's liquor manufacturer shall have the right to transport the liquor, its manufacturers, blends, or bottles in bottles or other closed containers to the state border for the transportation and sale outside the state to holders of a United States basic permit issued under the Federal Alcohol Administration Act. This limited farmers manufacturer's license, we are asking $500 for that license. What this will do for our farmers is by having them able to distill liquors with locally sourced ingredients, whether it's from their farm or another farm in New Hampshire, will bring them additional revenues that they dearly need. Most farms in New Hampshire, small farms, make no more profit than $10,000 a year. So this would greatly help them to keep their farms. This encourages consumers to visit farms, driving incremental tourism throughout the state, which means gas, restaurants, things like that, hotels. So it's a big boon for us, and we see with vineyards in our state, we bring people from out of state to come up here, so this would be the same thing. This creates more demand for crops grown by farmers. It increases visits to farms for those people who don't have families and go to a farm to see, the animals and things like that. This brings a different feel to going to the farm and getting to view what the farmers do and how they operate, and they get to taste, get to have a taste of what they produce from distilling. And The reduced fee for farm-based distilleries will lower the steep financial barrier put in place by the state that prevents the majority of family farms from participate in this growing small batch business. Even when we were considering the 1,900 some odd dollars, $1,692, which is the normal license fee. In talking to the farmers, they said it's just too costly for them. So that is why we are asking, because these are small batches and they're not going to make a lot out of it. So the other part is that I realize this is liquor and that there has been some objection to it in the past. However, we do small batch for wine, so this is very similar. And wine is also a $500 fee, so it's not making a different class of, of cost. The farmers will also be able to turn their lost crops into a usable source of income and help keep the family farm a part of the New Hampshire landscape, which is so important here, because if the farms have to sell and houses are built, we lose, the bucolic nature of New Hampshire. So I hope you all will support this. I'll take any questions, and after we're done, I'd like to ask that you call Karen Gribko, who is a neighbor speaking this is Karen Gribko, a neighbor of the person who put this bill forth, and she is the sole proprietor of Maple Lane Farm.
Great, thank you. You willing to take questions? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Representative Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Post. Being someone who's fascinated by numbers and how they're calculated and selected, I'm wondering if you can share with me or give me any insights into how the number 65%, line 6 in the bill was selected, and also on line 17 that samples should not exceed 1/2 ounce. Could you give me the rationale behind those two numbers, how they were determined?
They were determined by OLS.
They were determined by OLS.
In a conversation, we had to come up with a number, and 65% was because you have to have bottling and paper goods and things like that. And in order to really try to make it a farmer's bill using crops, we felt that 65% was the right mix.
Follow?
Further question.
Would you be able to share with me any documentation, conversation with OLS? I'm trying to get to the thought process here. Do you have access to that, or is it just all verbal?
It was verbal. There may be some that is in an email. We went back and forth on this several times. We were obviously starting with a $100 fee that the farmer wanted to start with, and then in the discussion of how to build this bill came out that we should have a certain portion of farmers' produce. And so numbers were thrown around and we discussed
Sure, just
it.
to be clear, I'm
Further
inquiring
question?
into how 65 and 1/2 ounce were arrived at. So thank you for any insight you can provide. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So the half ounce is current statute in sampling in other distillery legislation. I would say that the idea of tasking the Liquor Commission on calculating the 65% is pretty close to impossible for them to do that. It's really, we don't want them to be doing that. So my question to you is, not just wine, we actually do it for beer too. We have nanos, okay? Would you be overly offended if the committee just simply created a lower license? Because I agree with you, the license is very high. And we had, but it wouldn't necessarily just be for farmers. It could be for anybody who wanted to do a small batch. And would you be overly offended if we amended this bill to do that?
I would not.
Okay. Okay, great. Any other questions? Oh, we do. Representative McAleer.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. 3 very quick questions. Number 1, I assume that any of the alcohol consumed at this market is only a sample. You can buy it, but you can't drink it there. Secondly, none of this will go through the liquor store. Thirdly, I can't get any of this at my local bar, the Wildcat Tavern. I just put that,
Correct.
You can't sell it at a bar.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
However, there is a tax that they do have to pay,
Yep.
8%.
Yeah, yes, Reverend Bolio.
Yeah, my question is, there is a distillery in Canterbury, and they do use, they source their ingredients from New Hampshire. Is this the same license that we're talking about, or is this just basically for farmers and farms?
Well, this bill that we put forth was for farmers, hoping that we could get this through, but the chair just suggested that this be for all folks, and I'm in total agreement of that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you for having me today. And
And I
can
have
Karen
another,
Gribko come up next?
what's that? You want?
Can
Yeah,
Karen
normally we'd
Gribko-
have another rep, because I have a rep card.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Thank
The
you.
process we always
All right.
give reps,
Thank you.
so, okay, so, and then, yes, and you wanted the Karen, I had that card next, yes, okay. So, Representative Brody DeShays?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the committee for permitting me to speak for a brief moment. I'm just going to be very quick. I mean, in light of the chairman's, his proposal of how to amend, that changes what I was going to say this morning, real brief. But I was just going to mention how New Hampshire has allowed, micro distilleries to enter into our economies over recent years. New micro distilleries like Tamworth Distilling and Mercantile have created jobs and grown New Hampshire's economy. These micro distilleries produce a maximum amount of liquor each year and sell it on site or through our local New Hampshire liquor and wine outlets. Consumers can shop locally for their favorite spirits, and small business owners safely fulfill a growing market demand. The goal of House Bill 1613 would be to allow farmers to do this very same thing, just on a much smaller scale. Farms will be allowed to produce up to 1,000 cases of liquor per year and may sell it for off-site consumption, and it will enable our farmers across the Granite State to tap into a growing market and grow our local economies. I spoke to one of the previous prime sponsors of this legislation, Representative Howard Purley. It's my understanding it sponsored a similar bill a number of years back, and he told me one of the concerns was creating too many licensure classifications and that this could end up increasing costs for, am I mistaken, Mr. Chairman?
We have so many licenses, I wouldn't think another one would make much of a difference, but that's interesting to hear. that we have too many.
When I spoke to him yesterday, he said that was one of the previous concerns that he had heard, that they didn't want more, that they were like, having less classifications and less layers of these licensures would
Got
be, but I was going to say, farmers do cover some of the costs of creating this, what was theoretically the original House Bill 1613, which I'm speaking to. My understanding, the committee is going to make a very favorable changes to it, which, I'm more than happy to see. But they'd cover some of the costs, and the state would obviously have to cover some of the rest, any excess costs. But I would view it more as an investment into this growing and booming sector of our economy, right? There's a number of farms that would be able to enter into this, these micro distillery kind of market, and to really be competitive and to really help a lot of, employ a lot of local people. So in my opinion, I think the state should promote this kind of economic innovation, using our free market, right? We're just enabling people to enter into this. We're enabling people to be innovative like a lot of these micro distilleries have, and this has kind of become more, it's like we've seen a lot of the micro, vineyards, a lot of the micro breweries, and now these micro distilleries, and they're really, there's something that get people very excited. There's something that bring people to, a lot of tourism areas like Wolfboro, And so I'd like to be able to see some of the local farms in my district be able to take advantage of being able to produce, a limited amount of liquor each year and sell it off-site. With that, I'm not going to remain open to any questions because there's other people who know a lot more than me who will be able to make clarifications. But I thank you for permitting me to speak this morning. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Chair will call on Karen Gribble.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the committee, for allowing me to speak on House Bill 1613. My husband and I own Maple Lane Farm in Lineborough, New Hampshire, and I work with the maple guys buying maple syrup because I have a home-inspected, state-inspected kitchen, and I make maple brittle, and I buy my maple syrup from them. And what they particularly would like to do is try making maple whiskey, and there's also heirloom apple trees on the property, and they'd like to make apple brandy and just explore other ways of utilizing their product. New Hampshire has a history of encouraging entrepreneurship, supporting small businesses, and supporting agriculture. And it's under this spirit that we ask you to allow the micro distilleries. I know that a lot of the growers are primarily looking to use their own products and their neighbors' products and kind of keeping things very local and supporting this. And one of the ways you might think, like, how is this going to attract people? In the Monadnock region, we have a really strong support for local businesses, and there's a lot of Airbnbs and small bed and breakfasts and other types of small hotels, and their guests from out of state. They want to experience the New Hampshire way of life, and they always say, where can we go to see how life is in New Hampshire? And so they're always giving them recommendations to go to small farms and other small businesses. They're not interested in going to the big commercial places. They want to go and talk to the person making the stuff or growing the stuff to find out how we live. It's really kind of funny to me having a business that people come and want to know how I live and what I do, and then they have dreams of living my life like, Martha Stewart or something, because I have chickens with colored eggs, and they go, this is so cool. And I know that several of the people that have stayed locally, that have visited us, have bought homes in our area. And I think it's just good to diversify what people can do and sell on the stands. And for the most part, I know that we're not buying things from outside of the state to sell at our small farm stands. We're buying things from our neighbors and promoting local things. And this would just give us another thing to use our product line and another tourist information place to come. And that's basically all we want to do, is try to use local things in different ways and have fun with creating something new and different. And I'd be glad to take questions.
Representative Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm not sure you can answer this. I was hoping Representative Duchesne might have answered it, but we don't know how many farmers or other people are going to take advantage of this, so my question is about the cost to the state to monitor the safety of these products.
I don't know. I know that there's a lot of local interest, but the costs are really prohibitive, and I just think something like this would make it easier for them to try things, and I just don't know how much it would cost to administer. I don't know. I'm thinking it wouldn't be that much different than somebody with making wine, having a small winery, and I know that a lot of them attract big crowds, and I don't know how you even monitor that. I'm not sure if a micro distillery is going to attract that many people all at once.
Follow up, I was really referring more to the safety of the product, you know, to the safety standards for alcohol. I'm thinking moonshine and back in those days.
I don't really know. I just know that everybody that has, that manufactures anything on their farm has to follow state rules and regulations and health things, and I don't think that, you know, they're gonna take any shortcuts in making this. They're gonna be really careful with sterilizing bottles because they're already doing it. And, you know, we all have to have the safe handling, classes and certifications and state licenses, and we all know what we need to do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair will call on Charlie Post.
Hi, good morning. My name is Charlie Post. I live in Lineborough, New Hampshire.
As close to the mic as you can be willing to get, so that'd be great.
There we go. My name is Charlie Post. I live in Lineborough, New Hampshire. I am a recently retired executive from a national food production company. I've got a deep understanding of production, something that people really didn't talk about before, but supply chain and retail distribution. I think the key to this bill, I'm here to support Bill 1613. I think the key to this opportunity for farmers is that they can't sell to, very easily, there's a very high barrier of entry to sell products to grocery stores, to the state liquor stores, and other retailers. It's a challenge because of the cost, but they can attract people to their farms and operations and sell products. So one of the ways of doing this is to add value, so they're not just selling corn or milk. It's a value-added product that can be more profitable. And that profit makes farms more viable. I think we all remember that when the pandemic first started, you know, you could stand in line forever at Market Basket and wait to get in, or you could go to your local farm and get milk, eggs, and some of the supplies you needed. We need to keep that strength of the family farm and the local farm in place. And this is a way to do it, to generate a new revenue stream for them. You know, you've heard about how it would help the overall economy in terms of tourism and people attending farms and seeing farms and coming to New Hampshire and traveling within New Hampshire to see how farms operate. I think it's a good opportunity. I really like the idea of lowering the barrier of entry in terms of the cost of the fee that can be prohibitive to a very small farm that you know, only yields profit margins of $10,000. A $1,600 margin is significant. I think it's important that you know, we separate this from other farm operations. It's much like wine distribution or wine production, small batch wine production there at the farm, and I realize there's a lot of regulation around that and safety, but those matters are usually handled now. I think it's also important to recognize that they would be using local ingredients. You know, how you calculate the percentage, you know, I think it's important that you do use locally sourced or locally produced items on the farm. But I really support this bill and think it would be a great opportunity to strengthen, you know, one of New Hampshire's great resources, the family farms.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair will call on Marie Schmidt Schruber.
Pretty close, yeah. Thanks. Thank you to the chairman, and thank you to the board for hearing us on this bill. I am a landowner and a consumer, and my name is Moritz Schmidt Schäuber. Get that for the record. So I am very much an advocate for the state. Grew up here, part of my youth, and came back recently, and I'm so glad that I did when I witnessed what's happened in all the other states. So I just find that New Hampshire should really be very open-minded and get into the game. and make it a even playing field so that, you know, consumers can come up here and have a lot of options, and to get access to distillery products on a small farm basis is something that it's an experience that I think people really will take advantage of, and it will be great for the state. So I know we're limited on time, so I don't have anything else really to say on it. But thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
Chair will call on Drew Klein from Josiah Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee. I'm Drew Klein from the Josiah Bartlett Center for Public Policy. We're the free market think tank in New Hampshire, and we're here to support this bill. We think giving opportunities for small businesses is fantastic, and it's the way the legislature should go, but I would echo the chairman's comments from earlier that probably a better way to do this would be to amend the bill to just have a general lower tier license that's not segregated for farms. That would create more opportunity in New Hampshire, not less. If you were to have something like this, though, I would make a couple of suggestions. As has been noted, the 65% figure is just unpoliceable. There's no way to do that. And there's no public health or safety reason. It doesn't hurt New Hampshire economically or in any other way to have it be, 60% or 12%. It doesn't matter. You don't want to hamstring the businesses because whether it's a local farm or a local small business, they are going to source locally. That's just the way these businesses work. But contingencies happen. So a hailstorm can take out, we had this just last year, a hailstorm wiped out a lot of apples. So you might have to buy apples from across the border. So you just don't want to have that percentage in there. That would be a problem. Otherwise, I think the other thing that is a concern is limiting this sales to no more than 12 cases to any one customer in a calendar year. That's just kind of a record-keeping thing that would be, I think, a challenge for small businesses. And, if you have I know when I help out local businesses, whether it's a local bakery, we try to buy stuff and give to friends as gifts, and this sort of would get in the way of that. So I don't know that you want to police that and regulate that and force that record-keeping on them. That's it.
Representative Abel has a question.
Yes,
Yep.
thank you. Thank
Sure.
you for your testimony. Would you be able to suggest, either now or subsequently, some way that we could amend the 66%?
Yeah.
So that it would be clear if what we were doing, but we didn't have to be that precise?
Sure, I could come back with. I mean, again, generally, I think any percentage is going to be impossible to police. I just think that's the bottom line. And to Rep. Burrows, to your question about moonshine, as somebody who grew up in Western North Carolina, the capital of moonshining, if you want to depress moonshining, you pass bills like this that make it legal for farmers to sell stuff. I mean, moonshine was moonshine because it was illegal and heavily taxed and it was black market. So this is what brings it out of the black market and makes it legal and safe. So.
You drew a question, Representative Burrows.
I'm trying to get
And
away so you guys can do it.
I
Go
would
ahead.
like to interject before you speak.
Sure.
The Liquor Commission that's not really what they're doing. They're not,
Yeah.
If you're worried about moonshine, that's the ATF.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
Now, everybody here, before we even start about a New Hampshire license, you have to first get your federal license with the ATF. And they're the ones who are going to worry about that.
Right.
I'll withdraw our question. I was not trying to disparage moonshine.
Oh, I know.
In any way.
All right. Thanks for the clarification. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And last but not least, Aiden Moore from the New Hampshire Liquor Commission is opposed to the bill as written, which I assume that means it can be fixed.
Everything in commerce can be fixed, sir. Again, for the committee's reference, my name is Aiden Moore. I'm the legal coordinator for the State Liquor Commission. And we are opposed to this as written. And I think to answer some of the questions about the 65%, how that figure came up, I think the original draft of the bill that we saw when we first prepared our fiscal worksheet had 100% of the products, which we thought was completely unenforceable. And it is now at 65%, which we still think is unenforceable. There's just no way for us to measure it. There's no way for us to police it. So we, as you know, for those of you who have been on this committee for any length of time, the State Liquor Commission is extremely supportive of New Hampshire manufacturers. The commission extends great consideration to our wine manufacturers, our liquor manufacturers, to try to get their products into the state liquor stores and support them because they realize what an important source these products are to the consumer in New Hampshire. So the commission is completely supportive of trying to help a New Hampshire manufacturer. In this case, we don't believe that creating a new license specifically for a farmer is probably the best approach. I think our suggestion would be, and possibly, Mr. Chairman, we could work this out in a subcommittee at some point, is to look at an approach that creates a tier of sorts. For the committee's benefit, the beverage world, the beer world, has a tiered approach. Great.
We got a lot of coffee going to be purchased this week.
So beverages have a tiered approach. As you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, a business that is interested in becoming an entry-level beverage manufacturer can obtain a nano brewer's license. And hopefully their success causes them to move into a larger beverage manufacturer license. Same with wine manufacturing. An entry-level wine manufacturer in New Hampshire pays a fee of $100, but it's often tied to their production levels. The fee is lower as they're an incubator. Once they've kind of crossed out of that incubation period, we would look at their production and say, now it's time for you to move on to a different license type. So we would think that that approach would be realistic to possibly bring here to the liquor manufacturer, especially for the farmers, if that's where they would like to go. But we would not distinguish them as a farm. That we would look at them as a manufacturer, period. And some of the considerations that may be worthwhile deal with where the product would be sold. So, for example, a liquor manufacturer in New Hampshire can sell products to people who come to visit them. If they sample it and like it, they can sell it to them right there. So I forget who mentioned the point, but yes, the entry-level requirement would be to get your federal license first. But then also we would have some questions about how this would be sold. So, for example, we would not want to see products sold at a farm stand where you're rolling up and you're buying your corn and your tomatoes and 2 bottles of whiskey. We would want to see a facility that is a commercial facility where the public can visit, where the commission has the ability to visit and audit and perform the services that are required to make sure the licenses are in
Farmers
compliance.
market would be okay.
Pardon me?
The farmers market.
Well, liquor manufacturers can now sell at a farmer's market as well, so that would be extended. Most of the provisions that you see in this bill dealing with records and things of that nature are exactly what exists now in the liquor manufacturer license. They've just been added to this bill to ensure compliance and the fact that they are following the same standard. So we believe that this bill as written is not the best approach, and we certainly would look forward to working with the sponsor and the committee to try to find a better approach that we could follow.
Great. Representative Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure that you can answer this, Mr. Moore, but do you happen to know how much a federal license would cost that they would have to apply for and obtain first?
Thank you for your question, Representative. I do not know that answer. I could get that information for you if you'd like.
I think that would be really helpful for the subcommittee.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Having no more cards on House Bill 1613, is anybody willing to testify? Seeing none, we will close the public hearing. Okay. And, well, oh, jeez. So Kate Fry from New Futures was in opposition to 1613. Okay. I forgot about this other. Let her. What's that?
I said I'm going to flip the script here and ask you questions.
Ask us questions, right? I guess people ask me that questions all the time. That's true. Okay. All right, we'll open up the public hearing on House Bill 1556 and hear from the prime sponsor, Representative Berry. Good morning, Representative Berry.
Good morning, and it's a pleasure to be here. I think this is my first time and maybe last time in front of Commerce, who knows. I have today before the committee HB 1556, which clarifies, let's say, a point of dispute over the necessity for 2 points of sale systems for those operating brew pub licenses where they sell food and drink as well as at a distillery or a brewery. I was approached by the brewers who said that that this rule was being enforced upon them by the Liquor Commission, that they had to have 2 point-of-sale systems, separation from, for tax purposes, from when they sold to take home and when they sold for on-premise consumption. As many as you know, that's not necessary. These points of sale systems are very sophisticated. The reason why it was being enforced was because there's 2 different tax rates. It's very easy to program the appropriate tax rate for what you're selling. So Liquor Commission contacted me and said, well, this is not being enforced. So I circled back up with the brewers. I said, did you guys just make me put something forward? That's not a thing. And they were able to cite multiple instances, including yesterday. They contacted me that this is being enforced. It's not clear from the Liquor Commission what is and what it should be. So my goal here is to codify in state statute that you can use 1 point-of-sale system. You still have to collect the appropriate taxes. There's just no need for multiple transactions. The state's going to get its money anyways. Let's speed things up, lower costs, and reduce some bureaucracy. I also submitted to the committee an amendment, was another amendment that I was asked to bring forward. I'd asked that the committee kind of consider this in a separate manner. I obviously support the amendment. I'm sponsoring it, but consider it as a separate piece, and it would extend that to food stores who also operate a preparation site with a point of sale system. So you have some of these. I believe there's somebody here to testify to that effect. But you have these stores where they'll have food preparation or for a food kitchen on one side and like a convenience store on the other. And once again, there's no point to having 2 different transactions if it's not necessary. But that's the purpose of the bill. It doesn't have a fiscal note because there's no cost to the state. It won't change any of the revenue that we're collecting. It'll just make life a little easier if you want to go and have a pint and maybe purchase a 6-pack.
No questions.
All right.
Aiden, I don't see a card here from you.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Mr.
you do have
Chair,
a question, Representative?
do you have a copy of the amendment?
I do not have a copy of the amendment.
I emailed the amendment to the committee, I believe, maybe yesterday. I can re-forward it. It's Amendment 2022-0282H. It adds, I can read it since we don't have copies of it. Oh, it looks like Representative Johnson's going to take care of that for me. But basically, it adds another section. It says, any licensee who operates a food store with 1 preparation area on site may use the same point of sale register as the licensee stores for all transactions. So it's the same thing, just expanding it out a little more. And once again, I ask that the committee consider the amendment in not let's say tangentially related, same concept, but in a different area other than a brew pub.
We do have another question. Representative Weston?
Thank you, Mr. Berry, for coming, and Representative Berry for bringing us this. I just am curious about why, when I go to the grocery store and I order a lobster live, it's I don't have to pay tax, but if I have it steamed, then I do. But I go through the same checkout procedure. So how does that relate to what you're doing here with the preparation site versus not?
So you're actually making the argument, right? If you steam the lobster, it's a prepared food. Then you have your meals and rooms tax, meals and rooms tax tacked on at 9%. And the point of sale system at your local market basket is sophisticated enough to know the difference and collect a different tax rate. So this is just clarifying that these breweries that have the exact same capacity as you just described with your lobster can use 1 point of sale system, just like you do at Market Basket for your steamed lobster. I've never thought about that, but that's a great way of looking at it.
Representative Johnson, do you have a question?
So I got the amendment coming for a copy for all of us. She's printing it out now.
Great, thank you. Seeing no more questions for?
That was easy. All right. Trip to Concord accomplished. I'll see you guys later.
So, Aiden, I don't have a card here from Commission?
The Commission has no position on the bill, sir. And, I'm happy to answer any questions if you'd like.
Yes, I do have a question or two. I guess it starts with the random enforcement of this in-house rule, that it probably never went to more rulemaking, that this division, that when the auditor shows up, he expects separate point-of-sale reports.
I would probably suggest, sir, that the looking for the records is what their audit would be looking to accomplish. How much product was sold? Clearly, a beverage manufacturer has the need to report to the commission how much it sells for the purposes of calculating taxation.
Beer tax.
Correct. And I think the commission supports the notion that today's point-of-sale systems are sophisticated enough to be able to break down sales and to provide information to the commission when requested.
So can you put out a bulletin or something? Do we really have to do this by legislation? Can you put out a bulletin and just clear this up once and for all? So
I'd be happy to speak to the Chief of Enforcement and the Commissioner to see how we can clarify that.
Good. I look forward to hearing from the chairman on this issue, because it just seems insane that it's randomly enforced, and which tells me it's like one auditor makes a stink about it and another one doesn't.
I think I would disagree with that characterization. I think there's an intent to apply a standard uniformly across the state. There's no advantage to anyone, certainly not to the citizens of New Hampshire, to have policy made on the whim of one person. And the Chief of Enforcement oversees the regulatory and audit function and has worked very hard to ensure that there's consistency in the application of the law. So I think if you would like, and if this is a bill that is going to go to a subcommittee,
of course,
we would be able to appear at that and provide you with information to answer your questions that may not, I may not be able to provide to you today.
I'm shocked. You weren't prepared to explain why this. I mean, he was here yesterday. You weren't prepared to come in and tell us why this bill exists?
Oh, I think the sponsor did that.
No.
And I would probably say, I would repeat my desire, information that the commission desires to have a uniform approach across the state, fair and consistent, and that's what we endeavor to do, that's what we endeavor to do on a day-to-day mission. And I'd be happy to have the appropriate staff here to answer any questions, and especially if there's a possible mischaracterization of something, to try to clear that up.
Oh, okay. Because I have to say, I did make a couple of random calls to different manufacturers, and most of them were shocked and never even heard of this policy.
That it doesn't exist?
That it doesn't exist.
That
That they had to use separate point-of-sale systems.
I believe that this may very well have to do with whether a beverage manufacturer has an additional license. A beverage manufacturer has a license on its own to sell its products. Beverage manufacturers also have, under the statute, the ability to apply for a second on-premise license. So depending upon how that business is put together, how it's organized, what the facility looks like, may very well play an important
So you're
part.
saying so it is true, I did talk to some who had a single license and never heard of it.
And
So this would never come up. This only comes up when they have multiple licenses.
Correct.
Okay,
But we'll make sure we have the appropriate staff here to answer all your questions, sir.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. I have two more cards. Joe Green from Londonderry, representing himself. Are you here for the amendment then? I see you
Yes,
see.
for the
Yeah,
amendment.
okay.
Yes. Thank you, Chairman Hunt and members of the committee. I am here to support the amendment. I run a convenience store and food service entity. We actually have a few of them in the state of New Hampshire. And this has presented customer service issues in the past. Having the conversation with our enforcement, Scott Dunn, going through the process of trying to ring up a six-pack of beer, per se, at a food service, pizza, or deli. Those transactions cannot be done in the two separate entities. So this is what I was told. I wanted to have them rung up in one register, and I was told I couldn't. I would only be able to ring it up in the convenience store part of the store. Although my company owns both the deli, pizza, and the C-store. So I think there's some confusion, I guess, even from the last speaker of if this is enforced or not. Again, when we tried to go out and have this happen, we were told that it's not possible at this time. So that's why I am in support of this amendment, because it'll clarify it, it'll make it very simple, and I think it'll be, to everybody that's confused, it'll identify it properly.
So you have more than one license? You have an on and off-premise license?
I have off-premise.
It's just an off-premise license?
Yes.
So it's, either way, it's still a takeaway with the food then?
Right.
But then it's an off-premise license, but one part of the store is like a classic convenience store.
Right.
And the other one is a takeout deli that has no tables in it?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it seems simple, right? But then when we went to do it, like, nope, you can't do it this way.
Well, I know myself, one time I went into a convenience store that also they did have two tables. And I tried to open a beer, and he said, no, you can't do that.
Right.
You have to leave.
We're
You have
very
to
careful about enforcement.
take everything and leave. But,
Yeah.
so, and this was many, many years ago, before I actually knew the difference between an on-premise and off-premise license.
Yeah, think of it if you wanted to get a sandwich, okay, and you said, you know what, I want to buy a pack of beer too. You literally have to go to the different registers instead of one point of sale. I mean, that's just been the way it's been for a long time. So this, like I said, not to repeat myself, this will really keep it clean, keep it black and white, and nobody can question whether it's a gray area, because right now it sounds like it's a big gray area.
Right, well, if I had I know an on-premise licensee, pizza joint, that sells the beer. The question is, that obviously I can't leave with that beer.
Right.
So, okay, we do have questions. Representative Johnson.
Just so I can make sure I understand it, your POS systems, either one of them could do all the transactions, but you're told that you have to have two.
Well-
So you could set one of your POS systems up so it could ring up the different tax rates for the different items, like your sandwich that you bought at the deli and then your beer. You could ring that up into the different right categories with the right taxes, and there would be no problem in one system.
I could, but I was told that I'm not allowed to. So
Right,
that's-
but I'm just saying, one of your systems could do this, and you wouldn't
Yes.
need the two.
Right.
Okay, and that's what I wanted to clarify,
Thank
making
you.
sure.
Yep,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Beaulieu.
Yeah, my question is, okay, so you own a convenience store and you also own a restaurant because your deli is licensed as a restaurant. So that's why you need the two licenses, because you have two different businesses.
It's actually a license, combined license, is a convenience store with a food service, one food service operation, so it's a combined license, yes.
Okay, all right.
Right, the key element is he doesn't have tables.
Right.
No, but a
So
restaurant.
he is an off-premise licensee.
Right, but I mean, we'll have this discussion later on regarding a food truck is a restaurant, so technically, I think he is a restaurant.
Yeah, but we don't, the liquor, we have a food requirement, but we don't have any restaurant
No,
requirement.
I'm just
but
saying
it's-
it's two different licenses,
So,
because one's the
so he
DHHS
has yet
and-
another license for food service
Correct.
if he's in a,
Correct.
May I, Mr.
one of
Chairman?
those infamous 9 cities.
Mr. Chairman, may I comment on that? I think that sometimes what happens is that, and to your example, I think even the public gets a little bit confused by it, but we can't be confused, right? So if we have a deli and there's no seating and it's not a service, it's not a on-premise license, there's no question what happens. You have to take that beer in a bag and leave the store. You can't consume it there. So I think, and again, depending on what your definition is, a restaurant could be something that you would sit down, to your point, and have a nice glass of wine or have a nice beer. And so, again, there's a gray area in that. I try to be very careful not to call it a restaurant, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I try very careful not to call it that because, again, a lot of people in the public will say, well, then I can sit down, and why can't I crack open the beer, to your point? And so I say, hey, look, this is a deli. It's a takeout deli. It's a takeout pizza store. It's a convenience store with off-premise license.
Right.
Hope that clarifies.
Well, yeah. I think we got it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Have one more card left. Drew Klein, Ziza Bartlett, in support of the bill. I'm so glad you came here, you know. So
Thank you. I'm so glad I came too. I don't need to be long on this. Whatever the origin of this two cashier checkout point of sale systems is, and I'm not certain that it's in the law. I think it may be, as Mr. Moore pointed out, an issue of the licenses tiers, because as you know, each license requires separate record keeping, and that may be sort of the origin of it. But as a consumer, it's very frustrating. You have to wait in line and go to two different things for the business owners. I mean, in our labor shortage right now in particular, you have to staff two different places, and some brew pubs are pretty large, and so you can't buy, it's a major inconvenience for the consumer to have to finish their meal and check out, and there are literally 6-packs on the wall that you are not allowed to buy. You have to go to a separate cash register and buy them, and in some breweries, you have to go to a separate building to do that, and it's just cumbersome, and it's a regulation that technology has made obsolete. So this would be a good clarification for that. That's all.
I would say that I don't think this is a brew pub problem.
Okay.
Because a brew pub license is allowed to sell. In other words, the brew
Right.
pub license, which is before me. So
Right,
no one
right,
can
right.
blame the brew pub license on me.
Sure.
But it is the total trampling
Gotcha.
on the 3-tier system, because it allows you to manufacture,
Right.
stock, sell as a restaurant, have mixed drinks, have cocktails outside of your own beer products,
Yeah.
and you can fill growlers and sell 6-packs.
Right.
So, yes, theoretically, if they would just have that license,
Correct.
then they would have it, but then they have to be a restaurant and
Term brew pub as a not the legal term, brew pub, I should say. So you're correct. Stand corrected there. All right, that's all I had.
All right.
All right,
Thank you. I have no more cards. Oh, you would like to speak? Yes. You'll fill out a card for us?
Yeah, he filled it out online.
I registered last night.
Oh, I'm not getting used to this yet. Okay, this is 1556, and somebody signed, usually, the yes is supposed to pop to the top. So, you see a yes? I don't see any yeses. Okay. Yeah. So you can fill it out afterwards. Don't worry about it now. Come on down.
Hi, sorry. Still getting used to the technology also.
Yeah, we had this all down to a science before when we didn't have in here, and if you signed in, if you say yes to speaking, it pops right up to the top. So I don't know what happened. So
Okay.
go ahead.
Sorry about that. My name is Dennis Molnar. I own Concord Craft Brewing Company, which is a nano brewery right across the street from where you good people park when you come here. And I just had an audit. We're a Nano Brewery Plus, which means we offer food, and we're under the Nano Brewery license. And I just had an audit on Tuesday because we are probably the business closest to meeting the 2,000 barrel limit for underneath our current license. And so I've been in discussions with the Liquor Commission about what we may need to do differently when we change. And it's true that nano breweries and brew pubs are able to both sell beer to go as well as a draft beer right across the bar. We can give a draft beer and we can give the customer a growler on a single transaction. Up until I do 2,000 barrels a year, and then I need to register as a beverage manufacturer and get a second license, because in order to sell more than one pint, I need a restaurant license as well to have an on-premise license and have the ability to sell the draft beer in addition to just producing for.
You can have a food truck.
Try that in Concord. Maybe another city, it's a little easier. But yeah, so for us, and I had the discussion with my lovely auditor who is very helpful, and she did clarify to me on Tuesday that I can use the same POS system, but I think the difference is we often confuse POS system with cash register. I'm not allowed to give that customer a growler and a draft beer and take their credit card under one transaction. I can give them the draft beer, cash them out at the register, and then they have to walk around to a separate location that is not across the bar and not across the table in order to sell beer to go, whether it's a growler or a 4-pack or 6-pack.
This is your singular license.
For a beverage manufacturer. Currently, with a nano brewery, I can do all of that in a single transaction with a single POS system. So she did clarify to me that I can continue to use my POS system because it is sophisticated enough to calculate the difference between a draft beer on premises and to-go beer, which are taxed at different rates.
Different item number.
But I still need to have a separate checkout location and a separate transaction for that customer. I can't, while they're sitting there, give them beer to go, which I currently do. And in order to, so we've been planning for this this transition, and so what we've had to do is get a second register, which obviously has a cost, get a separate space where people can check out that's not where they're sitting and consuming a beer on premises, as well as have the space in order to do that. And I will have to tell our customers and train our staff that they can't any longer provide a 4-pack or a growler across the bar. We need to cash them out and then have them walk over and get beer
Hopefully
to go.
we'll have this fixed before you do that.
And I guess my only point is that the nano brewery license has worked very well for us. I think we're a great example of we were allowed to start with a small license. We invested heavily in the brewing equipment. We added food to be able to add, and the plus license to be able to have draft beer instead of just tasters. COVID hit, and that was a little bit difficult because we didn't have enough capacity to distribute to supermarkets. We now do, but in order to meet that capacity and to grow our business, we have to change our license. And now we have to stop doing things the way that have worked very well just because we sell one more barrel or case of beer a year than we did the last couple of years. So
We'll hopefully get this problem fixed quickly.
Okay. We're, like I said, we've invested for it and we're prepared for it. But it is an obstacle to people like us who are
And
still
the reality is, it's not just the cost of another point-of-sale system, it's the cost of the license each year to maintain that separate point-of-sale system.
Correct. It would certainly be easier to continue with a single license if the beverage manufacturer could accommodate in the same way a nano brewery and a brew.
Maybe we have too many licenses. Maybe that's the problem.
I think you've heard this before. We're just trying to follow the laws.
Yes,
We appreciate that it's a different challenge for you guys.
Okay.
All right.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for coming, and
I'll fill out a
let us know that we are successful in our philosophy when we thought the Nano was going to be a stepping stone for someone who would then eventually become a full-fledged custom brewer.
I know it's worked really well for other groups too. So yes, it has. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay. Seeing no more, you will fill out a card for it. You haven't filled out a card, okay. Online, we had 68 people in support, 1 opposed. I guess I could go find that person. And then on the blue sheet, it was, nobody signed in on the blue sheet. Okay. With that, I will close the public hearing. Okay.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Yep, we're on.
Okay, we'll open up the public hearing on House Bill 1595 and hear from the sponsor, Representative Wilhelm. I didn't see my card right here. Oh, here it is. People hide it on me. So, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You ready for me to go?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you,
Fire
Chairman
away.
Hunt. Members of the House Commerce and Consumer Affairs Committee, for the record, my name is Matt Wilhelm. I proudly represent Hillsborough County, District 42, covering Manchester wards 1, 2, and 3, and that is the Mill Yard, downtown, and North End neighborhoods of Manchester. Colleagues, I'm here today to introduce House Bill 1595. It's an act relative to establishing a statewide food truck license. This bill was filed at the request of Liz Hitchcock, a constituent and owner of the Factory on Willow, which is a living and working community of creators, innovators, and entrepreneurs, has 54 studio apartments, community garden, indoor and outdoor gathering and event spaces, and more. And included in that and more is the factory's new food truck patio. It is New Hampshire's first and only food truck park with flexible, all-season indoor and outdoor space. It was through the factory's outreach to food truck owners and operators that they started to see how New Hampshire's patchwork-style approach to food truck licensing is a barrier to entrepreneurship. Currently, there is a mobile food unit license, which are available in a variety of classes. Class D is for refrigerated foods. Class F is for packaged or frozen foods. Push cart Class F, this is my favorite. It's limited to steamed frankfurters or packaged food that requires refrigeration maintained at proper temperatures, and other mobile food units Class F for non-packaged foods that don't require refrigeration for safety, and packaged foods that require refrigeration maintained at specific temperatures. In conducting research for this bill and speaking with food truck owners and operators, I learned about so-called self-inspecting cities and towns. And these are municipalities that have their own separate licensing requirements from the statewide mobile food unit license. According to the Department of Health and Human Services application for annual mobile food unit license, there are 15 self-inspecting municipalities: Bedford, Berlin, Claremont, Concord, Derry, Dover, Exeter, Keene, Manchester, Merrimack, Nashua, Plastow, Portsmouth, Rochester, and Salem. And these communities in total represent more than 1/3 of our state's total population, while residents in smaller surrounding towns often gravitate to these population hubs for dining, entertainment, recreation, farmers markets, fairs, and more. However, in order for food trucks to operate in these communities that I just listed and access the customer base in that region of the state, they must first go through a separate and often cumbersome licensing process, whose requirements, fees, and enforcement procedures vary by municipality. The red tape that exists in New Hampshire's food truck business landscape is overly burdensome and unnecessarily confusing. This is especially frustrating for food truck owners, many of whom were attracted to the business model because it allowed them to be nimble in terms of their menu offerings, their hours, and perhaps most importantly, at least relevant to this bill, geography. That said, health and safety standards are critically important to the food truck industry. I've been in touch with the Department of Health and Human Services. We're going to hear from them today. And they relayed some concerns from self-inspecting cities and towns that, as the bill was originally drafted, they would no longer have the authority to inspect food trucks. So I asked the Office of Legislative Services to draft an amendment that strikes the word inspect from line 16 of the original bill. And that's the amendment that I think has made its way around the room. And it would be my expectation that the Department of Health and Human Services would work through developing a common set of standards for licensing, inspection, and enforcement through the rulemaking process. In short, Amendment 0310H, just want to make sure that's right, yep, It's a good faith compromise. It's aimed at addressing concerns raised by self-inspecting municipalities while staying true to the intent of the legislation. House Bill 1595 streamlines food truck licensing at the state level. It eliminates the need for our cities and towns to establish and enforce their own, and it frees up these entrepreneurs to focus on what's most important: earning a living, serving their neighbors, and creating jobs. I urge committee members to send House Bill 1595 to the House floor with a strong bipartisan ought to pass as amended recommendation, and I welcome your questions. Thank you, Chairman.
Any comments? Yes, Representative McAleer.
Yes, thank you, sir. Who will now inspect these trucks? I mean, if they were being inspected, I assume, by these listed towns, Manchester, Portsmouth, et cetera, does the state have the resources to do this?
Thanks for the question, Representative. My understanding with the fiscal note is that there would be resources put against that inspection process to make sure that all the food trucks that are licensed have passed inspection at the state level. That said, I think after talking with some food truck operators, I think they welcome the opportunity for continued inspection. They want to make sure that they're doing the right thing and that they're operating in a safe way. And so, I think whether we're talking about health, whether we're talking about safety, fire, I think, we've got to figure out through the rulemaking process, what are all the standards that we're going to hold these food trucks to, and how are we going to hold them accountable once they've been licensed? Thank you.
Representative Johnson.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. With the different towns or cities that have these licenses requirements now, are they all standardized across them, or are they all different now?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. They're all a little bit different from each other, which is part of what makes it challenging for these food truck operators to operate in multiple municipalities. And if there's an opportunity, for example, a food truck owner, an operator who's based in Manchester, who sees an opportunity to participate in a community event in Nashua because their food truck operator friends say, hey, come be part of this, they're going to then need to go through the process of getting licensed in Nashua as well. And there's, additional fees, and those requirements could be a little bit different in Nashua than they were in Manchester, than they were at the statewide level. And there we're just talking about 2 municipalities.
Okay, follow up? Yeah,
Further question may inquire.
So say there's a city or a town that doesn't have any food truck requirements, that truck can go to that town without any problems. Is that what I'm understanding? I just want to make sure I understand the whole thing, the whole concept.
Thanks
That's
for
why
the
I'm
follow-up.
asking.
That is my understanding. Again, I put this bill, I'm not a food truck expert, however, I put
right.
it in at the request of a constituent, and that is my understanding, though the folks from the Department of Health and Human Services will probably have a more complete answer.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank
some,
you.
Some towns, they have a visiting vendor requirement, that if you're coming into town selling something, that you're supposed to register with the town. So, Representative Terry.
Representative Wilhelm, thank you. Are you aware of any other states that have statewide food truck licenses? And if so, would you tell me approximately how many states do and how this bill is similar or different or inspired by those laws?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. There are, I think, 3 or 4 other states in the country that do have a statewide food truck license. The closest one to us is the state of Rhode Island. And I think, knowing that this was a request from a constituent who's sort of understanding the lay of the land of food truck industry, I wouldn't be surprised if this, came across her desk and she said, oh, this is something that maybe could work in the state of New Hampshire.
Representative Beaulieu.
Thank you, Representative Wilhelm. Did you speak to someone from the health department in the city regarding this bill?
I did not.
Well, I did at length, and they don't feel that this bill is workable. But I did suggest that on their website and the state website, they could have a portal which can direct food truck owners, just giving them, direction on how to operate in certain, towns and cities. So it really is a local rule, local control issue. But I'm sure we'll hear from the state health department. But, my daughter has a food truck, so I've been doing some research for her as well. But I do agree it is very cumbersome, not only for food trucks, but for, individuals that own restaurants that want to participate in a fair in Manchester. That's a whole other, but very similar. A lot of, rules and regulations and fees. And so thank you for bringing the bill forward. Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Seeing none? Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Let's see. Olivia Knox? Yeah, okay. Good afternoon.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me today. My name is Olivia Lennox. I was born and raised in Manchester, New Hampshire. I opened my first food truck in Portland, Oregon in the year of 2018. I sold that food truck in 2020, moved back to Manchester, and I now operate a food truck in Manchester, and we've been operating since September of last year. I don't have anything prepared, but I came here because I am in support of the bill in front of you. I'm parked at the factory on Willow, which is actually a brand new food truck pod. There are 4 spots for food trucks. I was the first one to be parked there. There's a second truck now, and they're recruiting more food trucks to come and join. So I think that, they're sending people my way and wanting me to explain the process. And I'm having a hard time, helping them out because there is so many steps. And as of right now, I didn't get the New Hampshire state license because I'm not operating outside of Manchester. But if I wanted to operate in any of the smaller towns, not the 15 municipalities, but any of the smaller towns, I actually wouldn't be able to do that either. I'm basically only allowed to operate in Manchester right now, which is fine. I know that I could go through the state and get a $225 license. There's a process with, them coming out and inspecting the statewide, coming out to inspect, and me sending in a floor plan, and then I would have the ability to move throughout the state, but not in any of the 15 municipalities, only in smaller towns, and then Manchester, where I'm currently licensed. And then if I wanted to go to any of the larger cities, which is where the money is for me, I'd have to go through their individual city clerk's offices. So I do think that this bill would streamline that process for a lot of food truck owners. And I do know one other food truck right now who they weren't aware of how long this process could possibly take for the licensing. So they built their food truck out, they put their money into their dream, and it's just kind of sitting there, and they're waiting for the bureaucratic process to carry out, which can take time and can be confusing, and it involves a lot of different stops along the way, a lot of different checks that you're writing out to a lot of different people, and I think that streamlining that process would just make food trucks a lot more accessible to the people of New Hampshire. And I welcome any questions.
Representative Ammon.
Thank you for coming to our committee, and I appreciate this bill, the spirit of this bill. And this is Would You Believe. Would you believe I had a friend a few years ago that wanted to start a food truck in the town of Goffstown and spent upwards of $10,000 getting it ready, and had to abandon the project because she couldn't find a location. So, would you believe that?
So, Representative Herbert.
code? From Manchester. I'm always a little,
Pull it closer.
I'm always a little defensive when I think that somebody is not going to pay the city for what it does. And, but the other part is, these other steps you mentioned, what are they?
Thank you for your question. And so the steps are, I went to the city clerk first and I got a peddlers and hawkers license application. That had a lot of different things that needed to be included. So I did come here to the Secretary of State and I got a state peddlers and hawkers license, which is something Manchester City Clerk required. I'm not sure who else requires that, but I drove here and got that. It involved obviously the inspections of the food truck, which were fire. There was also the Parks and Rec sign off and the whole health inspection with the floor plan and all that stuff. So that was kind of separate, but it was attached to this peddlers and hawkers application. And there was also a 5-year background check in any of the states I'd lived in the past 5 years. So actually, I was late opening my food truck by a week because I was waiting for the state of Oregon to send me a background check for the past 5 years to make sure that I wasn't like a criminal, even though I did get a clear background check from New Hampshire. So there's just, I think that packet, the peddlers and hawkers, might look different in the different municipalities, but in Manchester, there was a lot of different steps and a lot of different things that needed to be attached.
Follow-on question.
Further question, you may inquire.
So, the city of Manchester had this peddler's license, and they did some inspection work, or just, that's just for the license. And then you went to Concord, and they charged you for the same license?
Yes, I did pay for the peddlers and hawkers license, which is a state peddlers and hawkers license. I also paid for a background check.
I'm just trying to work through the checklist here. So that's 2 peddlers and licenses, which I don't know why there are 2 if you're going to be working in Manchester. But you mentioned a 5-year residency requirement?
It was a 5-year background check in any of the places that I was a resident. So because I was a New Hampshire resident within the past 5 years, I needed a background check. And because I was a resident of Oregon within the past 5 years, I needed an Oregon background check. If I had lived anywhere else in the past 5 years, I would have needed a background check from that state.
So I understand the background check. That makes sense to me. I don't know about Oregon, but that's like, did I have any priors? But
The background check says, where have you been in the last 5 years?
yeah. And
Could only be 1 year in Oregon, but it could have been the 5th year.
all right. So I can see things that could be done a little more smoothly, but I still don't. I still can't get away from the fact that the cities are bringing to these business people, populations, places that, that they can work, and there's a lot of support for them compared to a smaller town. So if you could clean it up and make it not so obtrusive, then I would look a lot more kindly on it. But
Would you believe?
would you believe?
Yes. Okay, we got it. Good question. Representative Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have a question, hopefully you can answer somebody else, because I'm trying to understand the process. Let's say you're coming up to my community in North Conway, and you'll have a statewide license. What else would you need to do if you either wanted to park on a street or go to an event?
So yes, I would need the statewide license to go to your community, assuming it wasn't in one of the 13 municipalities. As far as health and fire, when it in your community, I'm not sure. I'm assuming I would need to approach health and fire or approach your town hall and see if there's any kind of slip that does say like a daily event slip. I know that they do that for a lot of pop-up events, not necessarily for food trucks, but for vendors, like a farmer's market, for example. I'd assume the process was similar there if it wasn't in one of the 13 municipalities.
So follow up, so you'd have to check with the individual town to see what else you needed to do?
Right, because it is my understanding that the state license at this moment, it may have to, it is the Department of Health and Human Services, so I know that they do require a floor plan and they come and do an inspection. So it's possible that if I had that, maybe it was a 365-day long application through the state, the Department of Health and Human Services, that I'd be able to go to your community without any additional health or fire inspections, and I could just show up, if that makes sense, if I had the state license right now.
Thank you.
Representative Ham.
Thank you. If you get the state license, does the state license cover you for on public property, private parties, private property, all kinds? Would it cover everywhere you happen to be, or are there different licenses you need for private property versus public?
Thank you. I believe that was where Parks and Rec came in when it came to Manchester. But if it's a private event, I think that I can be there if I'm licensed through the state, assuming it's not in one of the 15 municipalities. I think I can be private, and I do want to mention that through the health department and the city clerk in Manchester, they did want to know, they wanted a copy of my lease. So it is important if it's public property or private property, assuming it's not a private event, I believe that, I did need to provide a copy of my lease with the factory on Willow so that they knew where and when I was going to be there and that I had permission to be there. And I do have one other thing to say. I just think in a perfect world, I would be able to go through the state and get a New Hampshire food truck license. I'd be able to go to any of the 15 municipalities as well as any of the other towns in New Hampshire. However, I do think and welcome that the larger cities, the municipalities, do continue to do the fire and health inspections on top of the state inspections. I think that's what's most important, but it would allow food truck operators to do what they're meant to do. You know, when you think food truck, you think you travel around and you sell your food to different communities. And I think that right now that's just not very possible.
Representative Bolio.
Thank you for taking my question. Did the property owner where the food truck pad is, did they give you any type of information regarding licensing for food trucks? Because you are leasing space there, and did they give you a packet of information, just say, okay, this is before you sign the lease, this is what you need to do in Manchester? Did they do that for you?
Thank you for your question. They did not. I think because that was more of a business transaction, they assumed that it was just a lease, and they don't know. They don't know. You know, it's a apartment building. They don't know the rules. So they asked me to sign the lease, and they did go over, like, for example, they do not provide wastewater removal. So I found that on my own, and they did require that I state where I was going to be disposing of my wastewater. They did outline what was available to me through my lease, which was, 50 amps to plug into regularly, as well as fresh water. But they didn't give me any insight onto how to get licensed, because it's really just not their job. I think they'd like to if they were more informed, or if they knew more, but yes.
I think it is their job because it is their property, but I also wanted to know, do you have a commissary there?
I have a commissary kitchen. It is not at that property because I own a meal prep company. So I will say that in general, the process of licensing my food truck was a little bit easier for me in that way, because I am licensed with the commissary, but not because of my food truck, because of my other business, which is One LLC. So I already had a commissary kitchen.
Thank you.
Representative Bartlett.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. This is very helpful to us, because I don't think a lot of us know a whole lot about this. Could you give me an idea of what the costs are for these various licenses and for the background check? What are your startup costs?
Yes, thank you. The one that I don't have, which is this New Hampshire state license, is $225 for a mobile food unit. I decided not to get that one because I decided not to leave Manchester. At the city clerk, I believe that my peddlers and hawkers license, and this was for myself, 2 licenses, was $150. But if I were to get more, so for example, with the peddlers and hawkers license, you aren't allowed to exchange money without it. So when I hire a new individual to work for me, I'll need to get them a badge as well. So I'm not sure if that fits into my current license, but that was $150. The health inspection without the commissary, because I had already dealt with that, I believe was around $300 all encompassing, including the commissary for my original space. I did just renew and it was $325. So, and then I think I wrote out a check to the background check for like $25. And I think the Secretary of State was about $50. Somewhere between 25 and 50. Parks and Rec didn't charge me. They just signed off because I was going to be legally on a private property where I had a lease and not in any kind of park. So I believe that was everything.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Colleen Smith, come on up. So, is there a state law now for food trucks? Yeah, the button, there you go.
All right. Got it? All right. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Colleen Smith. I'm the administrator for the food protection section within DHHS. And I'm happy to answer any questions around 1595. As it stands now, it's not a statewide food truck license. We license all the 217 cities and towns in New Hampshire outside of the self-inspecting. So a food truck or a mobile food unit, as we define them, can move about in the areas that we are under our jurisdiction, but as was mentioned in previous testimony, if they want to operate in one of those self-inspecting jurisdictions, such as Manchester or Concord, they'd have to obtain a permit from that city. And as it was mentioned, it's not necessarily limited to just a permit from the health department, but it could involve other requirements such as a hawkers and peddlers license. As also was mentioned, is if this bill were to pass, we do anticipate we'd need additional resources to take on the additional work. As was mentioned before, if somebody was operating exclusively in Manchester, they wouldn't require our license for a health permit, but they would be inspected by that city health department. One of the other areas that the bill doesn't speak to is how to handle temporary events, because exempt from a state license is anyone operating in conjunction with a temporary event, such as a fair or festival that's not longer than 14 days in duration. So this would be your fair, like your Deerfield fairs, your Hopkinton fairs, those mobile food units that are operating exclusively there, we don't license because they're exempt from a state food license. However, many of the cities and towns, that are self-inspecting, they do issue temporary food licenses for those types of events. And so that's not, if the state food truck license were to pass, that isn't addressed specifically if those cities and towns would still be able to do that temporary food permit, even if they had a statewide food license. And I know there are probably many questions about the current regulation, so I'm happy to answer those.
Okay, so help me out here. So are we creating a new truck license?
So as I understand the bill is if there was a new food truck license that the cities and towns that are self-inspecting, they wouldn't be able to issue their own, that the state
Right, no,
food
I
license
did
would
see
supersede that.
It's kind of that preemption, which brings up a whole can of worms. But I'm just trying to get down to what is the statute for the because keep seeing new statute, and I look in here, and it is a new statute. So, do we have a statewide food truck license now?
So a food truck is defined as a type of food establishment. And so right now it fits into requiring a food license because it's offering food to the public. And where we have jurisdiction at the state health department is those all but the 15 self-inspecting cities and towns. Though any food establishment currently in one of those, that falls to the local municipality for food licensing and inspection.
So it's that this license, when you say state license, statewide license, notwithstanding the communities have their own, it's also for restaurants. It's the same license for restaurants, same, it's everybody. It's not anything to do about having wheels and moving.
Correct. It's just a type of license. So a restaurant is one type of license.
Yeah, so what is the one that people would be falling under now?
So it's under our regular food licensing
143A4.
Yes.
License required.
Yes.
Okay, so that doesn't get you anything about traveling or moving or anything. That's just the license to have, and gets you guys on record so you know that there's somebody selling food out of that location.
Right. So in essence, the license that's issued by the state isn't statewide in that you can operate in the self-inspecting cities and towns without their license, similar to a restaurant. If a restaurant was in Manchester or
Right.
Concord, they'd have to go to the health department.
So, for most of our little towns, the people who have these trucks and campers, they get this license with you, and then most of the towns, they just have a code enforcement or whatever, and comes in and looks at it and treats it like any other restaurant.
Yes.
Okay, it had nothing to do whether it might be in that town that day versus going to another town another day. It would be based upon that day. Okay, now I get it. Representative Terry.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the same question of you as I did of the sponsor. From your perspective at the state department that regulates here, are you aware of any other states that have the type of, have laws that are similar to the one that's proposed in this legislation? And if that's part A to the question. And could you compare and contrast with respect to this proposed legislation? And then part B, are you aware of any other states that effectively bifurcate between towns and cities in the issuing of food truck licenses? Thank you.
So I don't know the exact number. As Representative Wilhelm mentioned, 4. That seems reasonable. There are a few states that are centralized, Rhode Island being one of them, where they handle all food licensing. They don't have municipalities that individually license. Our neighbor to the south, Massachusetts, every single town has their own licensing authority. So there is no state food inspection program for restaurants. Each individual city and town does the food licensing. So it's really patchwork across the country. New Hampshire is kind of a hybrid where most of the state is handled by the state health department, but we do have those 15 self-inspecting municipalities.
Okay, Representative Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome back to Commerce. Ms. Smith, do you have any idea of how many of these licenses are, I'm guessing that there's a turnover each year because you don't see old, long in business food trucks. But do you have an idea of how many licenses you might issue in a year?
Oh, for food trucks, we have well over 200,
Okay.
and I don't have information. I can try to find for you how many. How it would be a little bit hard for us to find out how many are turning over on a year-to-year basis. Definitely, we have seen growth in this class and category of license over the last 10 years. They're definitely becoming more popular than they were, and maybe even related to the pandemic. It also could have caused the increase in the number of them.
May I ask another?
Further question, May inquire.
Thank you. And do you have to do an on-site inspection of each of these trucks each year?
So we don't necessarily inspect them annually. It would probably be from 1 to 2 years of an inspection. It's where you do them risk-based, so depending on their menu, that's how frequently they'd be inspected.
May I ask one more question?
Further question?
Thank you. And then, so so let's say every 2 years they get inspected. I mean, I'm thinking about the costs and what the licensing does, and how long has it been since the license fee has been changed?
So for this class and category, actually for all our food licensing, we haven't increased our fees since 2009.
Okay, thank you.
Representative McAleer.
Thank you, Chairman Hunt. I think what you said was that if a state law passes, that would preclude the city laws. Is there any reason you can't do both? In other words, we have a state law, but if a city decides to handle this licensing themselves, that they could opt to do it. I think that was somewhat what Representative Terry was, direction he was going. So we could have both. Why not? Or could we have both?
So that might, well, right now they could have an operator could have both. They could have a license to operate within the state. I think the tricky part is how to navigate the self-inspecting municipalities. With them, for instance, if someone wanted to operate in Hooksett, Nashua, Concord, and Manchester, that could be 4 food licenses for them as it is now.
Right, so really, we wouldn't want double jeopardy here either. You're having 2 licenses, like who's really in charge? So it really, the statute should say is, if you have, if you want to do a town that's not currently one of the 15 or 13 towns, then you could get a state license, okay? You might still have 2 if you go back and forth between a town and a city, but at the end of the day, that the city has jurisdiction over that city. So that we should be writing this state statute, and I would say, would you agree? When you write the state statute, we should say this is only if you're not in a town that has its own license. That this license should only be good, even though Manchester requires you to go get one. but that we have to decide who, at the end of the day, who's your authority in a given place. So if you're in a city, it's going to be that city. If you're in the town, it would be the state.
Right. I think that's how it is working right now.
Right.
Is that
But this bill doesn't say this. This bill, it appears to say, if you have the state one, then you don't need to have the local one, and that can be a problem.
Yes.
Okay. So the fiscal note says $225 per 175 licenses. Where's the 175?
So we had surveyed the number of mobile food units that are in the self-inspecting jurisdiction. So if we were to license all approximately 175 of those, that's where that figure came into. So in addition to the 200 plus that are in the state currently, there are about 175 food trucks within the self-inspecting communities.
Okay, so I guess what I want to know is, is the money coming from Peter to pay Paul, because this dollar amount does not make enough for the person who's going to need to be hired.
Right. That's one of the difficulties, is that we would definitely need an additional staff person to take on this additional work.
Right, and and if we were to do that, we probably need to raise the fee, because it won't pay for the position if there's only 175 people signing up. Okay. Any questions? Representative Burrows.
This is a would you believe. Would you believe in my community, a group of high school students started a food truck, Cheese Louise, and it has grown into a significant business. They now have 2 restaurants in 2 different states, and they hire a significant number of people. So I think it behooves us to try to make this process as simple and as cost-effective as possible, because these folks are now employing a sizable group of people, and they have an excellent product. Thank you.
Would you believe? Okay, everybody else had? Oh, Representative Bolio?
Yeah, thank you for taking my question. If you're a food truck in the state, do you need a peddler's license and a license to operate the food truck as a restaurant? Because a food truck is a restaurant?
So a peddler's license applies to food vendors and any vendor, as it was mentioned before, that exchange of money. I can't answer the question about each individual municipality
Right.
that requirement, but I do know there is that state hawkers and peddlers requirement for any mobile vendor.
Okay.
Representative Johnson?
Thanks for taking my question. So just so I can understand it, so not only when a person wants to open a food truck business doesn't fall under one of these jurisdictions, they would need to come in and get a food truck license as a restaurant and a peddler's license, so they have to pay for 2 fees, and then if they want to go into one of these businesses, they could potentially have to pay for 2 more fees at the local levels to be able to operate in those communities also?
So
you're looking at 4?
So for any mobile vendor, whether it's mobile food, whether they're selling T-shirts, they're required to get that hawkers and peddlers license. If they're selling food, in the state's jurisdiction, then they have to receive a food license from us. If they want to operate in the state's jurisdiction and the city, then they also need to meet the city requirements, which may involve a health permit and a hawkers and peddlers license. Right? Does that answer?
So the question is, if you're doing you're doing a city and a town, yes, you would have to get 4 licenses.
Yeah, that's what, I just want to make sure I understood it, that's all.
So you don't
Thank
want to move it around too much. Okay, Representative Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So basically, from these numbers that we're looking at, it would seem to me that pretty much the license is the service for the inspections, because it's not a program that pays for itself. Even so.
So overall, our program is pretty much revenue neutral in the amount of licensing revenue that we generate, and then the cost to run our program. And so, but just this additional work would be above and beyond, and then it's also more expanding the geography, also knowing that we don't normally go in to do inspections in these municipalities.
Right. So it's either we have to come up with more money for the state inspections, or the vendors that need the inspection need to pay for it.
If it was to be cost neutral, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Chair will call on Drew Klein.
Hi, Mr. Chairman, committee, thank you. Again, this will be my last time appearing today. So the Josiah Bartlett Center for Public Policy is the free market organization in New Hampshire. We are here to testify on this bill. We've done some research on food truck regulations in New Hampshire, and our read of this bill is this creates a truly, for the first time, statewide food truck license. As you've heard, and just to maybe explain a little better, the current system requires food truck vendors to get a state permit, but then also, if they want to serve in any of the 15 municipalities that are self-regulated, they have to purchase annually a separate vendor permit in each of those communities. So when we, a couple years ago, did a big report on food trucks in New Hampshire, which are very popular among the younger crowd, and if you're talking about stay, work, play, trying to attract young people, food trucks are a quality of life issue for folks in their 20s, 30s, and 40s. Before the pandemic, there was a 70% increase in food truck application, the license applications at the state level for food truck vendors in the 3.5 years before the pandemic started. And yet, what municipalities saw was there wasn't a significant increase in actual food trucks on the road. And that's because of the municipal license problems. People would not be able to go from one municipality to another. So I interviewed a food truck vendor who spent more than $1,500 a year getting permits in a region around southern New Hampshire and northern Massachusetts. So just to give you an example, now these permits might have gone up, but when I did the story, $212 in Concord, $250 in another town, $200 in another town, $150 in another town. You're quickly adding up. So what this would do is allow the state health department to license and inspect the food trucks. So they would be inspected, and then you could truly drive them around. And the local municipality could still have food truck regulations. They can regulate location for the most part, which nobody's taken that away from them. And in the bottom of the bill, you see the last line of the bill. My computer screen went blank, but you can read it. It allows them to have a few other regulatory. So you're not taking everything away from the municipalities, but what you are doing is consolidating it into a statewide license so that people can truly offer these popular food trucks all around the state. So we think it would be a good bill. It would increase competition and allow people to provide a service at lower cost that is really in high demand in New Hampshire right now. And we hear, if you talk to folks in Manchester at their office, their licensing office, and Portsmouth, they get queries all the time from local residents saying, why aren't there more food trucks? Where are the food trucks? People really want them. But the problem is those local licensing problems. And they are different. So you would have to, it's not just the fee, you would have to pass a different license requirement in Portsmouth than you would in Manchester, than you would in Concord, than you would in Keene. And it's very difficult and discouraging. And so this statewide license would really free these food trucks to operate statewide. We think it would be a great thing for New Hampshire. Happy to take any questions. Yep.
Are you saying if you're in one of these cities and they have the capability of inspecting them, you still have to get their license, right? Or are you thinking the state license is all they need to get?
As I read the bill currently, and you heard the sponsors say inspection is in the bill at the state level. There's an amendment that the sponsor mentioned before that would take inspection out. That would, I assume, if that amendment passes, it would allow the locals to still inspect. I think, not having read the amendment, but I think that's potentially a problem. Again, ideally you want one inspection at the state level. You don't want the food truck to have to get inspected in 3 or 4 or 5 different municipalities because, again, you're raising the burden. So ideally you'd have it just in one place. And to answer Rep. Terry's question, starting in 2016, Utah became the first state, to my knowledge, to do a statewide food truck license. That was followed by Arizona in 2017 or 18. And then in 2018, Rhode Island did one. And for all the same reasons, if you go back and read those stories, they had food trucks that had just massive problems getting licensed in all the different municipalities. And the sponsor for the Rhode Island bill has become pretty popular in Newport because he freed the food trucks in Newport. So Washington State also has a statewide licensing for food trucks, but I'm not sure, I don't know the details of that bill and how similar it is to this one. So there aren't many states, but it has been something that's been coming up in the last few years because of the popularity of food trucks.
Representative Bartlett?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
So with this amendment, correct me if I'm wrong, the amendment would not allow the municipality, wherever the municipality is located, to be able to inspect, say there's a problem on a food truck?
I haven't read the amendment. As I read the bill as written would take the inspections at the state level. And that
would only
and I think what the amendment would do is allow municipalities to also inspect.
But then they wouldn't get compensated.
I don't know.
Is that correct?
I can't answer that. I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Bolio?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking
Sure.
the question. In doing a lot of research on food trucks, have you talked to town planners, planning departments?
Yep.
And is there a problem? Do you think that, I, would you believe that town planners or the planning department they are responsible for allowing these food trucks to be in a certain area?
Right.
So would you believe that I think we should be working with the town planners or the city planners to adjust this food truck, you know?
Sure, I'm happy to address that. So the bill as written would not interfere in any way in the town's ability to regulate the locations of food trucks. So that they can still tell through the zoning, planning ordinances, they can regulate where and when and how many food trucks are in a town. All that stuff remains a local priority, and this bill doesn't change that.
So would you believe that that is a big hurdle? I
Oh,
mean,
no,
that's
it
one
is.
of the big reasons why there aren't food trucks in Manchester.
Oh, no,
for
that's
instance.
exactly right. I wasn't going to get into that issue because that's not really part of this bill, but
It's a whole.
food, it's a different issue, but zoning regulations of where food trucks, so in Manchester in particular and Portsmouth, the zoning are two of the major reasons why you don't have more food trucks, but that's not directly related to this bill.
So make sure I get this right. So the intent of this legislation is that there would be one-stop shopping for a license.
Yes.
And that the cities and towns can still require a license, but they're not going to be allowed to charge for one?
As I read it, and I can, if you bear with me here, I
The
can
amendment
call it
looks,
back
the
up.
amendment looks like to me that it says not require, it's kind of confusing because it says to offer a license, it says a municipality shall not require a separate license or permit to operate a food truck within the municipality unless you already have a license. So if you don't have a separate, the town can't issue a license, but you're saying it's okay, they can inspect, but John Hunt's rule of licensure is the reason we have licensure is so we
Yeah.
can take it away from you.
Right.
So no town is going to be happy if we say, well, you can go in and inspect, but you don't have any control over the license. The state does.
Correct. That's how, so I just got this for the first time.
Right,
I'm just
so-
reading it now.
So I'm a little worried that this amendment is problematic, but let's
Right.
understand, let's just agree on what we
Yeah,
want to
yeah.
agree on.
So
what we're
it-
hoping is
Yeah.
the state could be able to issue a license, one-stop shopping.
Right.
And I guess if it gets down to that, this only can be everywhere except in these towns that have decided to have their own license.
Right. So that's the way it works now, right? Is you can't go into those towns without getting their license. So ideally what you would have is a situation where you get a food truck license from the state, and then your only legal process with the local town is to register and not to apply for a new license and inspection. And that,
Right.
I think, is what this bill tries to do, is make sure that you can register with the municipality, so you're on their books, they know who you are, they have your license plate number, all that sort of stuff, but they're not inspecting
You just took their revenue away.
Yes.
For them to be able to go out and do that inspection.
Well, right, and in the original bill, they're not allowed to inspect. In the original bill, the inspection happens at the
Well,
state
in the
level.
original, let's put it that their inspection was not necessary because
Right.
the licensure body is the state.
Right, which I think would, just from my own personal point of view, that would be preferable as a one-stop shop.
I say this one's a mess.
But ideally, however you work out the details, I think the point is you want that
This will be another
one-stop.
rabbit for me to pull out of the hat here.
You want that one-stop
I don't know how
licensing
this is
shop.
going to work. Okay, Representative Terry.
Thank you. So I just want to be clear in summarizing what I believe that I've been hearing today, that the intent of the bill is to eliminate redundancy such that in today's environment, if a food truck wanted to operate in all 15 cities, as well as the state,
Right.
that would involve 16 different inspections.
Correct.
At the cost of hundreds upon hundreds of dollars.
Correct.
Yes?
Yes. That's how it
So
works
if we
now.
want to make it easier for entrepreneurs
Right.
to operate food trucks, offer that service in the state, and we want to make it easier for consumers who would like to patronize a food truck in Manchester that they patronized in Dixville Notch, they'd have an easier time to do that because the cost on the provider of operating that truck would be significantly reduced because we'd be eliminating the redundancies of the same types. And they might not even be the exact same inspections because currently the rules in the cities as to what constitutes an inspection are different than the statewide and differ from city to city.
Correct.
Which would absolutely be a disincentive to somebody to be able to operate throughout the entire state. In addition to the fact that they would be driven out of their mind as well as bankrupted. Thank you.
Right, and I think, again, the point is, so I think you have to think of what's the point of an inspection? I mean, that's the real question, right? It's public health and safety, right? So if the state is taking over that portion of the licensing and inspection, and the state is saying, Department of Health and Human Services, we are inspecting these, and we are issuing them a license, and we're verifying that they meet all the requirements for public health and safety, then what's the point of getting an additional local inspection? That you don't want to, I don't know why you would add the local inspection on top of it if the state is doing the inspection and saying, yes, I mean, I understand why municipalities are reluctant to give up, inspection authority, but again, if the goal is simply to ensure for the public that if you see a food truck and has a New Hampshire license and a permit on there, it has been state inspected for health and safety, you don't need the redundancy of local inspections on top of that.
Okay, Representative McAleer?
Real quickly, if the state is doing the issuing of the license, does that preclude a municipality of charging a vendor's license? Wouldn't they still have that opportunity?
I think they would. As I read the bill, the last line of the bill is that nothing shall prevent the municipality from enforcing local land use regulations, zoning, and other ordinances in relation to the operation of a food truck within its borders. So I think you could have some sort of, obviously you'd have to register at that town, and you could probably have some sort of vendor registration, that kind of thing. Yep.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Ross Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee for holding this hearing today. Just for the record, my name's Ross Connolly. I'm the Deputy State Director for Americans for Prosperity here in New Hampshire. Here to voice our support for HB 1595. I think that we've been discussing this quite a bit. It can be a complicated issue, but the crux of the matter is that the current process is incredibly cumbersome and difficult for anyone who wants to open and operate a food truck in the state of New Hampshire. As Representative Terry pointed out, you would need 16 different licenses, 16 different sets of rules across the state if you'd like to operate a truck across the state of New Hampshire. Those 15 municipalities that do self-inspection, they happen to be the largest municipalities in the state. That's where food trucks would want to operate. As the previous speaker from the Department of Health and Human Services mentioned, there's 200 total, around 200 total food trucks operating in the state. 174 of those are in those self-inspecting towns. So the real issue is the conflict between those 15 towns and the differences between those. And for an individual business owner just trying to make a buck and grow their business, they have to navigate through 15, 16 different sets of rules. It's very confusing. It's hard for them to do, and some towns are more onerous than others. I live in the town of Merrimack. There's a business in town called Abel Ebenezer. They're a brewery that does not do food, so they have food trucks come to their location, and unfortunately it's difficult to get food trucks into the town of Merrimack because the process is very cumbersome. So for these reasons, we think the original intent of the bill, I do have the amendment. I haven't looked at it that closely, so I can't comment on that, but what we'd really like to see is just a more streamlined process for these business owners to operate in New Hampshire, and we think the original bill definitely accomplishes that. So I'd be happy to take any questions.
Representative Bolio.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Could you talk a little bit about local control
Thank you for the question,
in
Representative.
regards to this bill? Yeah.
I think local control in some areas is a good idea. This is not one of those areas, in my opinion, just because, again, it's so confusing for people to go from town to town and try to understand the differences of the rules. I think a more streamlined statewide process, obviously, as the previous speaker mentioned, the town would still have a great say over where these trucks are operating. They would have a say over things like local registrations, hawkers and peddlers, local licenses, things like that. It's just in terms of the rules for operating a food truck in particular, there should be a single rule at the state level so that these business owners can operate more easily.
And just to follow up about municipalities, if all of these cities, municipalities do not agree with this bill, do not like this bill, and they're, it's all about local control, I mean, how can you get past that?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I just go back to what we'd like to see is to make this a simpler process for the business owners. That's our biggest concern is there are people that are operating in the state now that are struggling to do it and contribute to communities. These food trucks operate across the country and are extremely popular for younger generations. If you go to any city across the country, most of them have a line of food trucks in business centers and live, work, play areas. I'd like to see that the same for the state of New Hampshire, and we believe that this bill would make that easier and bring that commerce to those localities.
Representative Terry.
Yeah, with respect to the concern or the issue raised about local control, I want to be careful about how I phrase this. Do you see any difference between appropriate health standards for food trucks in Alton compared to Manchester?
Thank you for the question, Representative. No, again, the food standard should be applied equally across the state of New Hampshire. That aspect of local differences and regulations makes it very, very confusing. And streamlining that, making that more clear, I think helps the business owners to actually grow their business. If there's a different rule from Alton to Meredith to Moulton Borough, that's just around Lake Winnipesaukee. That would be extremely confusing if you're moving around Lake Winnipesaukee, let alone the 15 largest municipalities in the state that do have different rules.
Representative Herbert. Microphone.
Just a couple observations. I believe.
How about one?
Would you believe that the cities, those 15 cities, might have an interest in exactly where those locations can be? So in other words, if there is a restriction, you're not against restricting zoning laws or anything like that, so that the cities have still have the option of determining where the food trucks can be.
Thank you for the question, Representative. Yes, as I read the original bill, the cities, towns would still have that control that's appropriate. Otherwise, you could have them, in residential neighborhoods or something. Obviously, people wouldn't care for that. So the planning boards in local towns or cities would still have that oversight over where they can operate. And as has been mentioned, registering them so we know who is operating in each locality. Just in terms of the most cumbersome, onerous levels of regulation, that should be a more streamlined process. But as it comes to operating within a locality, those municipalities will still have the ability to tell them where they can operate and where they cannot.
Question to the chair. have we determined whether or not the municipalities, the 15 municipalities, will still have the legal right to charge a fee for being, doing business in our towns?
At this point, the intent of the bill is no. The intent of the bill is that you have one registration with the state. Now, it does beg the question, if then you go to a town and they also say, well, okay, so we're not going to get you for that license, but you still got to do the hawkers and peddlers license. So you really, so the problem really is how much have you really solved if every town you go to, you still have to get the hawker and peddler's license anyways, let alone the fact that you have the state license. I guess the savings is that you won't have to get 2 licenses when you go to Manchester or go to these cities.
Or 3.
You only have to get 1, so that's what you streamline. But I don't know.
I would encourage the members to maybe reach out to the Secretary of State's office. They handle the statewide hawkers and peddlers license. I personally don't know if the local licenses
No,
would apply.
that bill came through this committee, and I remember this issue intimately. Yeah, I guess this is a bill that looks like, it sounds great on paper, but boy, it's going to be a problem implementing it, mainly because I think the zoning, you talk about the zoning location. In my experience, yes, in college towns, the college literally, the town has figured out a street that they want them all lined up. And they're all, like you say, there's a parking lot, parking for them. And because the zoning of them is limited, and because they also need electricity and water a lot of times. And so, that goes back to the landlord and how many leases that you have. So the idea that anyone's going to want to get a license in all 16 towns, I just can't imagine that ever happening, because you would spend more time going around negotiating leases and doing all that stuff. So I understand the intent is to try to streamline this, and how do we make it simpler and easier, and that's the charge for this committee, to figure that out. Representative Ham.
Yes, thank you. Would you believe, I have some concerns about the local control issue. The perception of the town that this particular industry or economic opportunity or whatever is being controlled or dictated by the state, leaving the municipality with maybe just the hours of operation or parking or a few other details. I think it sounds like a good idea, but would you believe I would be sensitive to the impression that we're giving to the towns that we're taking over regulating this industry and perhaps getting a little pushback, would you believe?
I understand that concern, Representative, but the state does many things from a state level in terms of registration and licensing, and we view this as an appropriate change to, again, you're still working with the localities on location, possibly on the hawkers and peddlers license. They still have a large say over what's happening. I view this as a collaboration between local and state government, and this would, just something that would really help these small business owners to help grow their business.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Having no more cards, nothing on the blue sheet here, and the sign-in, the overnight sign-in, we had 9 people in support and 3 opposed. And with that, I will close the public hearing, and yes, this will go to a subcommittee. Thank you. Now I know why we never had this.
the public hearing on 1095 and hear from the prime sponsor, Representative Wolf. Good afternoon, Representative Wolf. I'm sorry you were delayed, but I'm sure you wanted to hear all about the regulatory authority over over these wonderful delivery of food to our community.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the House Commerce and Consumer Affairs Committee. I hope I won't take as long on this relatively simple bill of a hot dog with sauerkraut or chili. But I come before you today in support of HB 1095, a very simple piece of legislation. For those 15 cities and towns, and you've heard a lot about them, that do not have their own health inspector that regulates restaurant, there is no ability to have a push cart that provides fresh condiments other than in these 15 cities and towns. You cannot get sauerkraut or chili or fresh veggies on a hot dog. The state of New Hampshire does not have rules or regulations that provide for that ability. The only mechanism, as I understand it, is for each vendor to get a specific variance from the Department of Health and Human Services. The state health department inspects the push carts at least once a year, so we're not asking for a change in inspection or anything like that. In my discussions with the department, the process that they cited seemed to me to be overly difficult. To obtain a variance, items such as preparation in a certified kitchen, and I can go on, appear overly regulated. For example, if the vendor buys pre-made chili, brings it home, and takes the intended daily supply to a push cart, keeping it at a serve-safe temperature the whole time, why is running water, a 3-bay sink, or a certified commercial kitchen necessary? What I am asking for in this bill is the Department of Health and Human Services establish rules and regulations and that such rules be reasonable. A simple pushcart vendor should not be limited in making a living and providing the public with a desired product such as condiments on a hot dog. I'll be happy to answer any questions, but it's a relatively simple bill. You've heard about the other 15 towns, and we have a wonderful person right here in Concord that has kraut, chili, and actually even cheese whiz. So
Is that right in between the two streets there, the little, right?
I am.
Right on, Puppy Love. is what it's called. Okay.
And I would have, she does a great job.
So, I like my hot dog with onions on it.
You cannot get right now, according to what I understand, fresh vegetables, and I don't know whether your onions are sautéed or not.
You know, I like them
Raw?
Raw,
Raw
yeah, I
onions.
like them raw. I don't, you know.
You can't.
If I want the sautéed, I want a steak and cheese for that, but no, I don't. I just want them raw on my hot dog.
I know.
And no ketchup.
I
I'm
worked
from
in-
Pittsburgh
I worked
and
in
Heinz,
Philadelphia
but I
for
don't
many
get-
years and got steak and cheese.
Yeah.
That is my understanding of the State Department rules and regulations.
That's crazy. Okay, great. Representative Burrows.
Thank you for taking my question, which is, do you think it's problematic if somebody, you mentioned, I believe you said making chili at home and then bringing it in? Did you say that?
I did not say that. I said if they buy it pre-made.
Okay, if they buy it pre-made.
But I think that should be an option.
Follow-up?
If they, excuse me, let me just finish.
I'm sorry.
If they do it at home, and maybe they have to have their home inspected, but a 3-bay sink at home to make chili, it's a little bizarre.
Follow-up?
Further question, inquiry.
Yeah, I think that might be problematic if it's not a certified safe serve kitchen. I mean, that's the law for caterers. And just follow up, this is just in the category of stupid minutia. It says frankfurters and pre-cooked sausages. A frankfurter, because I looked this up, is actually, I mean, if you're talking about a hot dog is not a sausage. A frankfurter is, but a hot dog isn't.
I believe the state has now, in their present rules, and correct me if I'm wrong, allowed sausages and a dog. And I can't define what a hot dog is.
Well, you know, it's kind of weird because you have a hot dog that's got pork and beef in it. So, what's the difference between a hot dog and a sausage?
It's all got the natural casing, or whether
I can't tell you that, Representative.
a hot dog is pre-cooked.
I
A
know,
hot dog is made of meat byproducts by definition, whereas a sausage, it's different for a sausage.
It's more natural.
I'm just telling you what I researched.
You know, you learn something new every day. This is
I
great.
know.
This is Representative Herbert has a question for Representative Wolf.
Would you believe, I would like to have hot dog stands, but I don't see any around. I don't know why.
Yeah, that's one right here.
Just go down the street here on Main Street right next to them. There's one there, and following me is, and you will get copies of this, Sunapee Dogs, which is a place that sells hot dogs that is inspected and licensed by the state, and has a 5-bay serving dish, etc. So you're gonna get those
That's a big
pictures.
cart.
Well, it's not a very big cart, but yeah, it's good sales.
Okay,
To the
great.
chair.
Any more questions for Representative Wolf?
What license does the hot dog stand have here in Concord?
He has to get a license from the state of New Hampshire Health and Human Services.
Is it the same license that
I
we've been
don't know.
discussing?
We'll have to find out.
I believe the department.
I don't have a card. You guys, who's gonna?
Well, Kobe from the state, I'm sure, is going to testify behind me, and she can answer that. I didn't realize I was following the big production of the food trucks. I just had a simple little hot dog.
We are learning more about how to get. This is a whole new fast food world. All right, thank you very much.
Anything else?
Okay.
Peter is going to testify.
Oh, wait a minute. Here it is. I found it way over here. Okay. It's best people just give the cards to me, I guess. All right, Colleen Smith. Got me in a panic.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hunt, and thank you, members of the committee. So I am here to provide some information with regard to this bill, and I can also, in light of the previous bill, explain some differences that might help set the stage for this one. So what we were talking about before is a food truck, and we look at those a little bit differently than a push cart. A push cart is the license fee is less money. It has much less requirements. A food truck that's licensed by the state would be required to have either a 3-bay sink and a hand sink on board, or in commercial refrigeration, or they'd have to work in tangent with a commercial kitchen in order to have those abilities. Push carts, as it stands, they have very minimal requirements. They're just required to keep foods at the proper temperature control, whether it be a cooler with ice in some instances. But for that reason, we are very restrictive on the types of foods that they can offer. They can offer only prepackaged foods, or what's also allowable is frankfurters. And it's been that way since I've been with the department, just the allowance of frankfurters. And as I understand the history of that, it's because if you start allowing sausages, then the tendency would be to have things like peppers and onions. And really why it's been so restrictive is because we don't want cooking in the outdoors. The push carts aren't enclosed. They're open to the elements. So you have dust, debris, open cooking situations, and also the tendency would be to use maybe a home kitchen to support that. And that's why we've been very restrictive on the types of condiments and haven't allowed things such as sauerkraut or chili, because we wouldn't know if it's coming from a can or if somebody's preparing it in their home, which again isn't set up to cool foods properly, keep them at proper temperatures. It's subject to everything that's in a home kitchen, whether it's children, pets, so forth. Is that it's very different standards than what a commercial kitchen is. So, example of the hot dog cart that's in Concord, that would be licensed by the city. And many of the cities, they require a commissary relationship for these push cart situations. So we don't require that, and that's why we tried to keep the types of foods minimal. There have been instances where we've issued a variance. One of the ski mountains last year came to us because they wanted to offer sausages because they were trying to keep folks outside and not inside due to the pandemic, so we did grant a variance. They're working in conjunction with the commercial kitchen on site. So as long as they can demonstrate that they have a commercial kitchen, they can make those foods safely. There have been instances where we've offered of a variance to the push cart regulation. But certainly for the reasons that that we don't require the initial licensing requirements are very minimal for push carts. That's why we've really been restrictive on the types of foods that are allowed. And I'm happy to answer any questions the committee has.
Representative Johnson.
So you're saying that if they wanted to offer fresh onions, Mr. Chair loves his onions, if they got it from, like I say, a prepackaged local farm stand, and they offered it on their push cart, they could do that. But they can't buy the onion in the local store, chop it up, and put it on his cart.
That's what we're trying to restrict the amount of food prep because, again, if they don't have a relationship with a commercial kitchen, they're either doing it outside or they're doing it in their home kitchen.
But they could go to like a local farm stand who usually has a deli or some type of thing where they have a regular kitchen. They could buy the prepackaged.
They could buy like the little
onions and sauerkraut from the
they
local.
They could buy like a little prepackaged cup from
At the
from
grocery
another
store,
vendor. From another vendor.
Hannaford's has the onions already chopped and wrapped.
Right. They could buy a prepackaged. They could buy a prepackaged onion to offer there.
It's already chopped.
Yes.
Okay. Representative Ammon?
Just a quick question. This is a experience that I've had. A small food truck, hot dogs inside the food truck, very tiny. I asked for relish or whatever it was, condiments on my hot dog that I was buying through the window, and the man said, I'm not allowed by the state to put this on your hot dog, but outside the window was a whole array of different things. Was he telling me something? Was he misunderstanding the law, or was he not allowed to put the condiments on my hot dog?
I'm not quite sure in that instance what he would have been doing wrong by preparing it for you. It sounds like
He had a separate table, is what you're saying? And says, I can't put it on you, but you see that table over there?
He made it sound like it was illegal for him to serve it. That's the way I interpreted it.
But was it his table full of onions and peppers? Or was
It was. It was literally within arm reach from him. It was just outside the window.
Yeah, there's a difference between serving it and having it available.
Not in your mind, is it?
so we wouldn't preclude him from putting it on himself. It might have been maybe a misunderstanding, or maybe his decision he didn't want to take that responsibility.
Well, but let's say, again, we're talking about a push cart, okay? And he chopped up the onions at home, and he puts it on a table that's 6 feet away from him. Well, just saying, if he can't put it on himself because he chopped the onions up at home.
Oh, I see. He's trying to get around it. That
Exactly,
these are just
by
onions
saying
that
is he didn't put it on there, it's over there, you can go get it.
And he's not selling it.
I would say that wasn't legal, right? I mean, that would be
I would
violation.
say if it's that sounds like it would that would still be under his control and part of his food establishment. So I would say he wouldn't be allowed to do that.
Okay, so let me get this right. So as long as they're getting the onions chopped up from Hannaford's in a prepackage and getting Hormel's chili in a can, is he allowed to heat that chili up?
So we would allow the prepackaged, because there's not any prep happening with those onions.
Right.
But the chili part of it, that we wouldn't allow as it stands.
Can't have a chili
You
dog.
can't, because it's considered food preparation, and it lends itself to it's leads itself to other things, because what happens at the end of the day, and he doesn't want to throw that chili out. So where does he bring it home? He brings it home to his refrigerator, or how is he cleaning it? He's got to clean that pan. Where is that happening? And right now, as I mentioned, we have very minimal requirements we don't require them to have sinks on board. So that's why we've been very restrictive to the types of menu items that they could offer, because they're not required to have them on board or work with a commercial kitchen.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you for taking my question. So again, kind of going back to the onion thing, they could go and then purchase chili from somebody else who has the commercial kitchen, get the pre-made chili from another local vendor, and serve it that way. But he can't make the chili and serve it. But he could get it pre-packaged from a local
Well, not
restaurant and
packaged,
serve
just-
it.
Right, he goes to a restaurant and says, I'll take a gallon of chili.
So again, that would become a little bit more complicated, because we would look to how we'd still have to dispense that chili, and unless they were pre-packaging it into individual containers, but then they'd have to keep it warm. I think there would be a little bit more difficulty in doing a chili situation, because likely they're getting a container, they're going to have to keep that hot, they're going to have to ladle that out, they're going to have to clean all of those things at the end of the day. A chili is a little bit different animal than the cut onions in the package.
How many states you think are as strict as we are about this?
Well, I would
Because
say
I sure feel like I've had a chili dog somewhere along the way, but maybe not.
I would say that, so again, just going back to, we have very minimal requirements. So if
I got that.
we could have them work with a commissary kitchen and allow these things to happen, as do many of the self-inspectings. But currently, we don't require, as a condition to get a license, them to have an agreement with a commissary kitchen. And we have, and as we have let places, we have issued variances to this rule if they can show that they do have a commissary license to work with.
So, right, because you mentioned the commissary license earlier, so, and I never heard that before. I'm learning so much today. But the commissary license, how much is that license?
So they'd have to have an agreement with one,
Right.
either
Agreement,
the commissary they might not need a license there if the commissary is doing everything
Well,
for
if
them.
the commissary is the restaurant next door. So if the restaurant next door is fully licensed restaurant, they could get their chili from there?
They could have an agreement with them that commissary is taking responsibility for the cleanup and the food preparation. If they want to actually do food preparation there, if they want to make their own wrap sandwiches or their own chili,
Right.
then they'd have to have a license at that restaurant. But if the restaurant is doing
It's providing the chili for them.
providing the chili, providing the cleanup, we wouldn't
The
require a
sauerkraut or-
license. We would just require proof that the other place is licensed and that they have this agreement.
So there's no connoisseur, there's no actual license them doing this, just that they're already licensed a restaurant. So he just has to show some written agreement that they have with some restaurant that that restaurant will take care of the cleanup and everything like that. So should we just put that in the statute so people see that and know that that's true?
So again, we have had this happen with a variance, but I guess if there needs to be clarity that around this, that's a possibility.
I mean, I want a chili dog. Sometimes. Okay, Representative Abel.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for testifying. Pardon me if you have said this before, but does the department take a position on this bill, or are you neutral, or what?
Well, we have definitely have concerns. As I provided some written testimony, there an example is something as you might think as simple as a cheese sauce, that there have been outbreaks of botulism outbreak that actually sickened 10 people and killed another in California in recent years, because if these materials aren't cleaned properly, that there could be outbreaks associated with them. So we definitely have concerns with the bill as written, unless we could, again, allow for those relationships that they're at least going to a commercial kitchen at the end of the day to either do the food preparation and clean up.
Representative McAleer.
Thank you. I think there's some misunderstanding on the onions. For example, if I went to Hannaford's and bought a little tray of onions
That's
and
what
I
they are.
scooped it out for each hot dog, that wouldn't work. But if I had...
No, she said it would work. That would be legal.
No, I think it has to be a single unit, like the ketchup and the mustard in a single unit, the chili could be in a single unit, and the onions have to be in a single unit. I couldn't buy 6
Yeah.
ounces of onions and teaspoon them out every time somebody wants onions on their
Yeah,
dog.
can you clarify that? Because I was thinking differently. Do you know what we're talking about? It's in Hannaford's, it's in between their vegetables and their lettuce. And they have these pre-made things where you can get purple, they get the purple onion and they have the yellow onion, and it's already pre-chopped. It's packaged, it's sealed, but it's not individual. It's going to have 10 servings in it.
So we would like to see those be like individually packaged, because again, we're trying to minimalize the open food, and the dispensing of food is knowing that these carts are very, they're open to the air, and there isn't those supporting services with cleanup to try to keep the other activities as minimal as possible.
Okay, so it had to be an individual serving.
Package, yes.
And unfortunately, being from Pittsburgh and Heinz, they actually do have that product with onions. I haven't seen it very often, but I know it does exist. So, okay. Representative Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under the old adages, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, or if you can't beat them, join them. I'm going to weigh in with a question about sauerkraut. It's my turn. So I understand if I buy a package of sauerkraut, I run a food cart or a push cart or whatever, and I buy a package of sauerkraut at Hannaford's, then I can serve the sauerkraut or I can't serve the sauerkraut.
Unless
So
it's an
we're
individual
asking-
serving package.
Right, we're asking that they would be
It's prepackaged sauerkraut. We're out of a can.
Yes,
Okay, that's fine.
yes.
Okay, now we come to the end of the
But
day.
it has to be
Well,
individual serving?
How do we
That's
have
to say, that's
individual
specific,
servings
because you
of
say yes, it can be out of a
sauerkraut?
can. I've never seen
Excuse me?
individual servings of sauerkraut.
Could excuse me, are you talking, so are you talking about individual servings of sauerkraut?
Yes, individual
Oh,
servings.
okay, so we're not talking about a package of sauerkraut that I empty into a warming tray, and then I put that on the hot dogs for the customers. No, they have to be individual. Have you ever seen an individual packet of sauerkraut? Have you therefore made it impossible for people to have sauerkraut on their hot dogs in the state of New Hampshire? How could that be done? I'm very concerned because I love sauerkraut, and I'm concerned about government regulations
Okay,
of
let's not
sauerkraut.
badger the witness here. Is that right? Basically, the point is, you can do it if, A, you have an agreement with some other restaurant who is going to provide you that sauerkraut properly heated, and they will clean it at the end of the day when you're finished with it.
Who will?
The restaurant.
The restaurant will clean the sauerkraut.
Clean the pot that you
pot.
put it in and whatever, and they will.
What about the leftover sauerkraut? It goes back to the restaurant?
You would take it back to them, and then they have their own
And then they
requirements.
reheat it and send it to me the next day.
And theoretically, they're responsible to make sure that it is safe to be served the following day.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Okay. Are you all set, Representative Terry?
Yes, I got my sauerkraut question.
Okay. Okay, Representative Patu.
Not German, but I like sauerkraut.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm going to reference probably the largest pushcart city in the world, New York City. Are you aware of the rules that they are using? Because I used to live in northern New Jersey. I frequented a lot of pushcarts in New York City, and nobody I know of ever got sick. So they must have some pretty good rules. Are you aware of what
But
they
this might
have?
explain a lot about you, John.
So I do know, many of the cities do require that commissary relationship. And then also, and I do know, I recently was in New York City last fall and looked at one, and they are fully enclosed, though. They're not open push, at least the one I saw wasn't,
They do have a plastic cover around
it was
that,
like
yeah.
an actual, like, little, I don't know, like a brick
You
of
sure
a
that wasn't
building.
for
It wasn't
COVID? They had it all closed in?
It wasn't. It was an actual fully enclosed unit. And so, that's again like a push cart. So certainly, if you wanted to have sauerkrauts and sausage and onions, and had a full food truck, that's perfectly allowable. But again, those usually have a 3-bay sink on board or are working with a commissary. So again, we're really, because, and we have, right now we have 30 licensed in the state, just to give perspective on how many push cart situations that we have, compared to the mobile unit. The mobile units, we definitely have many more of them, but.
Okay. So, Representative Boatlight.
Yeah. I did own a restaurant for many years. And in the business plan, I did some research. And researching, I knew exactly what I needed to do as a business owner. So my suggestion, instead of this legislation, is a food truck association, which would include the push carts, so that all of the people that own these entities would be able to get together and educate, each other on how to operate in the state of New Hampshire. Would you believe?
Okay. So, the last question. This legislation, it says it's in rulemaking. So, this whole thing about having a commissary, having a restaurant connected to it, is that in rules now? Is that available for someone to see that now, or is that a policy that you guys have in-house?
So right now, their only vehicle to expand beyond what's currently stated in the definition of a push cart is to do that through a variance process. And through a variance, we'd ask to see, how they're going to meet the intent, the public health intent of the rule, which would be to have those supporting services like a commissary kitchen.
So if the wisdom in this committee that would really want you to create rules so that someone can figure this out and understand, is this legislation okay for you to, if we really want to make sure that anybody who has a push cart knows that it might not be that bad, all they have to do is get an arrangement with somebody. Is this, the way this bill is written, is that okay for you to get that done?
If we could work through that in rule, yes, that would be acceptable.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, as always. Okay, Peter Huxta. How do you pronounce your last name?
It's Hoekstra.
Hoekstra, I was going to
So
say.
it's-
'cause
it's
you-
like
I mean,
H-O-O-K.
I was like, here we are doing hawkers and peddlers. And so, Hoekstra, okay, Hoekstra.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, committee, for allowing me to testify briefly. My name is Peter Hoekstra, and I am from Sunapee, New Hampshire. I own Sunapee Harbor Dogs. I am 64 years old, and I always dreamt of owning a hot dog stand. And by golly, I did it last summer. And I'll be able to answer some of your questions about condiments as we kind of go along here, if you're interested. We operate, our hours are typically, this year will be from Mother's Day through Columbus Day on the weekends. We're right in the harbor. We have a push cart license. We also pay our rooms and meals tax. I support the bill because I had many people like our representative here ask me if I could put chili and sauerkraut on the hot dog. So to answer your question, sir, about sauerkraut, you can buy small little packages of sauerkraut that cost about 75 cents a piece. And I included that in my $3 hot dog charge this year because I felt it was appropriate that people were able to get sauerkraut on the hot dog. So that was the only way I was able to do it. To your question about onions, we did buy Heinz onions
Those
that
little
were
minced up,
prepackaged,
right, yep,
and
yep.
those were also included, and those were about 30 cents each,
What a
and
bargain.
that was part of the hot dog cost.
You didn't charge extra for these things.
No, I didn't charge extra at all. So it was a great summer, and I learned a lot, and I can't wait to open up again this next Mother's Day. So I'm here to answer a few questions. Everything we serve is pre-cooked. It all gets cleaned. There's pictures. You can see that I passed around of the hot dog cart itself.
Pretty pimped out. It does look like it's got a lot of stuff here. Looks like a sink? Is that a,
So we have 4 sinks on our hot dog cart.
so when it doesn't cover you for washing your dishes and,
It does not, because it's not it's not a registered kitchen.
okay. Okay. Any questions? Yes.
Yeah,
Reverend-
thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Did you do research, or did you get information from the health department regarding a commissary? If you do partner up with a commissary, that may be what you would need?
I did get information from the department about a commissary relationship. I'm quite frankly not interested in that, simply because I don't think any of the kitchens in town who are already upset that I opened up a hot dog
Right, your
cart
competition to them.
are going to extend the goodwill to allow me to use their kitchens to be in competition with them. It won't happen in Sunapee, but maybe somewhere else. So I didn't understand this entire, the restrictions on this license. And up until I understood it, I was ready to sell everything. And it simplified my menu dramatically. So we served hot dogs with ketchup, mustard, relish, onions packages, sauerkraut packages. That was it. And we did. We had a fabulous summer. But I'll bet 2/3 of the people asked me if I could put something else on my hot dog or their hot dog. And a representative was one of those.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Representative Terry.
So with the sauerkraut in the packets,
Yeah.
were you able to heat the sauerkraut, or did you have to serve the packets cold?
The customers opened the package themselves.
Yes.
And put it on. So my hot dog cart did not put condiments on the hot dogs for anybody.
I see.
I didn't know them well enough.
Same as him, right?
So it was cold sauerkraut.
It was room temperature.
Room temperature
Yes.
sauerkraut.
Well, to warm up, you roll the hot dog around.
Yeah, and sometimes, and in the
Sauerkraut's always
summer,
better
it
if
was a
it's
little,
heated.
it was sometimes warm.
Got it, thank you.
Right, well, it looks like you have a.
Representative Burrows.
Yes, here's my question. Given the rules that we just heard about, if you had an enclosure over your hot dog stand, would you then be able to sell these things because there wouldn't be the concern about the dust and the other things?
No, no, I
Even
wouldn't be.
if it was completely enclosed?
I would have to be inside of an enclosure,
Which would be
serving out of a
restaurant.
window in order to do this. Yes, that would be fine.
Okay. That's pretty cool.
But that's not my hot dog stand.
Okay.
Yeah, it's push cart. All right. No, Representative Abel?
Yes, thank you so much for coming. So you support the bill and feel that if rules were clearer, better expressed by the department, that others besides you could do exactly what you're doing now. Is that correct?
Well, in light of hearing there's only 30 push carts in our state,
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And may I ask the
Further
ask a
question?
Follow-up? And now I'm forgetting what it is. So, all right, forget the follow-up. Okay, thank you.
And this is for you and Representative, the problem of this bill, the way it's written, is that you're giving it to the department to make rules, which doesn't necessarily mean you're gonna like the rule that they come up with. Because they might just come back, they just might turn this rule into, you need to have the commissary. I'm just warning you.
It's the cost of doing business. You gotta factor that in.
Right, either that or have a sign saying, New Hampshire's Department of Health and Human Services don't recommend you buying from this cart.
So if I could add just one more quick thing. Every day, we come to the hot dog cart with pre-cooked hot dogs.
Yep.
Okay? And with those hot dogs, we bring along washed, sanitized tongs to pick them up. Okay? Any of what we're talking about here is going to be treated exactly the same way because it's already all pre-cooked. Everything is going to get, I clean the pans just like you see them every single day. This is, if I had a grill and I had raw beef and I was trying to cook those, that is a different story. I totally understand that. But everything on this cart is completely pre-cooked. And I'll leave it at that.
Representative Johnson has
So
final
let me
question?
end this. Yes, thank you for letting me ask my question. So you're telling me that the hot dogs that you sell in your hot dog stand are already pre-cooked when you bring them?
Correct.
But you can't do the same thing with an onion?
Right.
That makes no sense.
Yeah,
I don't want cooked onions, I want raw onions.
it does make sense.
You can have your raw, it makes no sense.
It does.
Well, thank you, this was an interesting day today, this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
It's like if I'm gonna open up.
Representative Wolf, you want to wrap this one up?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. This sounds like the second bill that I might have screwed up in submitting. I think the committee maybe should ITL this if the department is going to make rules that are so cumbersome that it kills the hot dog industry. And I have no control over it, as you suggested, Mr. Chairman. So,
We have a good relationship with the department. We'll see if we can find a way to get this to be palatable.
thank you very much. Thank you all for the,
And our pre-cooked sausage. Okay.
Amber found a commissary in Newmark.
So, the blue sheet, we have one person, Zephin Wood, from Pembroke, New Hampshire, and is in support of the bill. And with that, we'll close the public hearing. Yeah, oh yeah, no problem.
Oh, no. That's, no. Then you click on something and they say, oh, no, that's just the picture. That's what it costs.
But there are actually some.
But I'll tell you, this is better than a lot of other stuff that other committees do. At least it's something new and different each day. I'm learning about things I never learned.
Before you open. That's it.
Here, look at this thing. It's enclosed, and if you're gonna do it, that gets you around a lot of the stuff.
Well, you know what it is? The 3-bay sink needs to be deep enough to wash that chili pot. And if it's not, you can't serve chili. It's all about the sink.
But this would
But
probably
if it
open
has,
up other possibilities, and he said, I don't want that, but
Right.
then you're limiting your income. It's your choice.
sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, not know too much about Bitcoin, but I know all about the restaurant business.
We had, there was one on Elm Street.
So how do you get around the cash to usually go to the town. Yeah. So like my week, we don't really have any of those. So the food truck license is a health and safety. Through the state, so they expect the card, and then they give you a thing, you're fine to do business. It's
open up the public hearing on 1043 and hear from the sponsor, Judy. Sponsor Judy.
And get myself situated here. Good afternoon, Chairman Hunt, and all the members of the Commerce Committee. I've never come to see your committee. Hi. So, I'm here today to present my bill, HB 10, for the record, this is Representative Judy Aaron, and I represent Sullivan County District 7, which is Ackworth, Goshen, Langdon, Leominster, and Washington. And so I have this bill, HB 1043, and I know everybody is a fan of study bills, but in light of that, I wanted to say that I had over the summer and probably before then too, numerous complaints from local small businesses regarding food safety rules that they must adhere to. The rules can be, as you've heard in previous testimony, the rules can be confusing, illogical, and sometimes costly to our constituents. I feel that it's necessary that we take a deep dive into these issues facing our small businesses that sell food. So this study committee should study, number one, state and local regulations, including food licensing and food safety rules applicable to small businesses that sell food. Number two, the problems caused by the current food safety rules for small businesses. And number three, whether food safety rules can be simplified and or modified for small businesses that sell food. And number four, to identify what future legislative actions, if any, are necessary to address the problems faced by small businesses that sell food in order to comply with current state and local requirements. And I believe there's federal requirements involved in this too. But anyway, here are a few examples of what people have told me about the rules they must follow. So, and for sure, these businessmen don't want to poison their customers. They are very careful and conscientious. They want to do the right thing. They want to make sure their food that they're selling is safe. But sometimes these food safety rules simply don't make any sense. So, for instance, I did meet a hot dog vendor this past summer, and she complained to me again that she could put jarred, cut up onions, here we go with the onions, on her customer's hot dog, but if she cut up an onion herself on the food prep area of her cart, which she keeps spotless, then she would be required to have a restaurant license. And a restaurant license is also, as we all know, an involved and costly endeavor. I know another business that has a food truck. They were unable to hook up a food-grade hose to a clean drinking water source from a store structure at Allison's in Walpole. And instead, they were told they could only use water from containers in their own food truck. Trucking around their own water was ridiculous. It took up very valuable space in their food truck and restricted their water use. And the water would have been just as safe and drinkable from their hose hookup. Another constituent, who's a dairy farmer, said to me that they wanted to get a small pasteurizer and pasteurize their milk and make butter, soft cheeses, puddings, yogurt, kefir, and creams. And they were told they needed a commercial kitchen with a 3-bay sink to do that. But yet, if they had a homestead license, they could do that without a 3-bay sink. So that kind of doesn't make any sense. People are not allowed to put a commercial kitchen in their home, at least that's what I'm told. Yet you can still bake things in your regular kitchen and label it exempt from New Hampshire licenses. I'm also going to note that some people told me today that they couldn't come today, or they wouldn't come today, to testify because they were afraid to come and testify for fear of reprisal from state agencies. And I'd say that's indicative of a problem. People didn't want to come here and then say something and then have an inspector show up at their doorstep tomorrow. So I believe this study bill is one that's really needed. We really should, as a legislature, take a good hard look at these rules and see where some can be eliminated, simplified, clarified, and just basically taking a look at for our small businesses. I'm told that some of these rules even will make people abandon their dreams of starting a business because they end up being so costly to implement. And I hope that you'll pass this bill out of your committee with an OTP recommendation and start the process of really looking at what we're asking our small businesses that sell food or want to sell food, what they should, how they should do things. I mean, given the testimony that we heard earlier, it just really underscores the reason, the idea that there are some things that don't seem to make sense and some things that we really need to take a look at and see how people are doing it, why they're doing it, why the state is requesting them to do it. I mean, there may be very, very good reasons why things are being done or asked to be done a certain way, but I think we really need to take a look and see what the differences are between these different licenses and how people are being asked to adhere to these rules. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Representative Boley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question, Judy, Representative. I love this bill. I think we can get rid of the other two bills because this is exactly what we need to do. Would you believe? But I also wanted to mention that study committees, I mean, your side of the aisle does not want study committees, so why are you presenting a bill for a study committee? I like the idea, but...
Yeah, well, I think sometimes study committees are really warranted. We have to do them. I think we have to, take a deep dive into what we have put in place in the statutes, and just step back and take a look and see how these are working or not working. I mean, the fact that we only have 30 vendors or street hot dog vendors or whatever the cart vendors are in the whole entire state of New Hampshire, that points to me that there's an issue of
There's probably no money in it.
well, maybe the rules are cost prohibitive. I don't know. I mean, that's what we should look at, hey? Thank you.
Representative Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you want to take a deep dive, and so if this gets passed through the House by the end of February, then it goes to the Senate, gets passed to the Senate sometime in April. You only have 5 people doing this, and it only applies to small businesses, but there's no definition of what a small business is.
Okay.
And you want to address everything from poultry to dairy to food prep. And you want to get this all out of committee during a campaign year? I mean, is this really realistic to be able to get a study committee out with that kind of a time frame?
I think if there's a will, we can do it. I think that there's certainly a time element involved here, but I think it's important enough for our constituents and for our small businesses to do this. If people feel that perhaps this is not a year to do it because, you want to go off and do some campaigning instead, I would prefer to do something of meaningful work to help our constituents. And I think this study committee is needed.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I would like to add one other point, too. I know that a letter was sent from New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services concerning this bill. And in this letter to you, they had said that they believed that this bill was related to another bill that I had submitted, having to do with plumbing issues and sewage and things like that. And it's not. This is not related to HB 1312. I don't want to talk about another bill right now and conflate them, but it does not have
Well, they're
anything to
here
do with that
watching.
bill.
They're watching you.
So I just wanted to make that clear.
Yeah.
I simply want to take a look at these rules having to do with, the food safety rules. Okay?
And we've learned today that they're there and they're complicated sometimes. And
Yes,
So,
thank you. Appreciate it.
okay, Philip, do you still want to speak? Just briefly. Okay. Philip Trowbridge from the Manager of Land Resources. Department of Environmental Services, that's the one, the green ID, that's what I was looking at. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. All right. I'm just passing around copies of the letter. Good afternoon, Chairman Hunt and members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. For the record, my name is Philip Trowbridge. I'm the manager of the Land Resource Management Programs at New Hampshire DES. And part of that program is the Subsurface Systems Bureau, which deals with septic system permitting. So I'm here today to testify in support of this bill. The bill seeks to have a study committee related to food safety and licensing regulations. DES is mentioned in the bill because some of the DES regulations related to septic systems and water supply are cross-referenced in the food safety regulations. The department would be happy to participate in the study committee. We recognize that these things are complicated, and we are always looking for ways to streamline and modernize regulations and reduce the regulatory burden on the people of the state. And as Representative Aaron mentioned in our letter, we did a cross-reference to House Bill 1312, which is related to plumbing code issues. I understand her point directly that she wants this bill to be focused on food safety. Because of the cross-referencing that we have, it pulls in some of our regulations related to water supply and wastewater. So it might be appropriate to, if you really want this just to focus on food safety, we might have to say something to exempt these other aspects related to food service licensing. With that, I just want to thank you all for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Just for a lark, grease or the oil when they did for the fryers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I assume somebody needs to come and take it away, that you can't dump it into your septic system. And
yes.
So do you regulate those operator or whatever, what happens, that disposal of that grease?
Yes, we have regulations on that for sure. So it's got a couple of issues because the requirements are to remove the grease. You can't pour it down the drain. And if for us, when dealing with septic systems, the grease interceptors are there to protect the septic system from being basically just become ineffective. And then there's a secondary issue that if the septage that's caught in a septic tank becomes contaminated with grease, then the septage haulers are taking this material to a wastewater treatment plant, and sometimes the plant won't accept it.
Yeah, awful. Yeah.
Or if the plant does accept it, it can foul the plant. So there's a lot of good reasons to manage grease well, and there's some great best management practices on that businesses can follow. It's complicated, but there's.
Is there regular people out there that come and take this from restaurants and?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, they burn it, right? Don't they burn it to make energy out of it?
Yeah, there's one company that accepts it for biodiesel.
Biodiesel.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So there's definitely markets for it, and so there's a process. But we're kind of getting into the material for House Bill 1312,
Right.
and we just if there's going to be a study committee, and it's covering some of these complicated issues, we just think maybe these two committees could, or this
We
could,
will not be doing this now.
yeah, then that's fine. All right.
We, if you were here earlier, you can see we got our hands full with just the two that we,
Well, it
the
was,
two known problems we really got before we could start looking for problems, so.
I have to say, it was
We gotta get our sauerkraut heated.
right. It was a very interesting conversation, and it made me very hungry.
All right, well, thank you very much for coming.
All right, thank you.
Anybody have any questions for Mr. Trowbridge? Seeing none, thank you very much. Does anybody else would like to testify on House Bill 1043? The blue sheet, the mail-in, internet is 11 people in support and 1 person opposed. And with that, I will close the public hearing and see you all next Wednesday. So remember, the subcommittees are at 9 o'clock now on Wednesday. And then at 1:15, when we get back from lunch, I hope to exec all the eight early bills.
Will 1502 be ready by then?
We'll be, we don't have to. Oh, yeah, other announcement. Very important other announcement. Chrissy, you might want to hear this one. Because 1502, that we have removed the separate division, the speaker has waived us sending it to a second committee, so we don't have to do crypto too quickly. We can be more cryptic with our crypto.
If we delay too much, another state might get the idea. Other states can move a lot quicker than we do.
I don't think so. No.
I'll sleep better.
And this is, you know, better than, you know, we want to take.
We should move the stable out to accommodate for my dog. It's like 6 inches, right?
We want to take away the argument that in terms of this is moving too fast.
I see.
Yes, yes,
If I may.
yes.
So I'm intending on putting in an amendment to this bill.
Okay.
So that it limits it to food trucks, push carts, homesteads. and
But we're
farm
already
stands.
doing those issues now. We already have 2 bills of doing that.
Yeah. Okay.
We're already doing it.
Study committee?
No, we don't need a study. We know what the problems are. We just spent an hour and a half learning what the problem.
Okay.
We know the problem now.
Okay.
Now it's the